Oh, okay. Lauren, if you would advance the next slide, please. We just have a few general housekeeping reminders. Participants will be in listening mode and will not be able to ask questions verbally or use the chat function. Please submit your questions using the Zoom webinar Q&A box. Messages will be received in real time, and the session moderator will select questions to read to the speaker during the Q&A portion of each presentation. For technical support, for help, please use the Zoom webinar Q&A function. Someone will reach out to you shortly. And finally, both days of the event are being recorded, and the recording will be available in about 1 month on the NIDDK website.
Thank you, Mark. And with that, we'll begin. Good morning. Hello, my name is Sharon Lawler, and I'm a member of the NIDDK Office of Clinical Research Support, and I have been working with the Central Repository Program since joining NIDDK in 2017. I will serve as the MC for the workshop and will be joined by two repository team members, Ms. Dee Cooper from NIDDK and Ms. Elisa Fujimoto from Booz Allen Hamilton, and they'll be helping to manage the Q&A and the chat throughout the workshop. So we're looking forward to a lot of participation from the audience throughout. On behalf of the repository team, welcome. We are looking forward to sharing information about the repository program, some of our recent activities, and our vision for the future as a part of the rapidly evolving data science arena and aligned with NIDDK's mission. And without further ado, to kick off this anniversary workshop, I would like to turn it over to Dr. Griffin Rogers, NIDDK Director, and Dr. Gregory Germino, NIDDK Deputy Director, for a few opening remarks. Dr. Rogers?
Thank you, Sharon. Good morning. And on behalf of NIDDK, I'd like to welcome you to the NIDDK Central Repository 20th Anniversary Workshop entitled Promoting Secondary Research to Accelerate Medical Breakthroughs and Innovation. We're pleased to have over 300 registered participants with a diverse audience, including colleagues from across NIH, academic researchers, data scientists, fellows, and trainees. We appreciate your interest in learning more about the NIDDK Central Repository Program. I especially want to extend a warm welcome to the early stage investigators, fellows, trainees, and those less familiar with the repository program. One important objective of this workshop is to highlight the valuable resources held under the guardianship of the repository and to review how you can use them in your research. And as mentioned earlier, the workshop is being recorded, and the recording will be available on the repository website. So please share the information with others who may be interested and not able to attend today and tomorrow. As many of you probably know, the NIDDK Central Repository holds clinical research data and associated biospecimens from most of NIDDK's extramurally funded multi-site clinical studies conducted since the repository's inception in 2003. The repository holds over 200 data packages from 244 ongoing and concluded studies with millions of associated biospecimens. This is an impressive collection of resources generated by clinical research projects across NIDDK's mission area. Equally impressive is the potential value of these resources for ancillary studies performed in collaboration with active projects or secondary research utilizing resources available to the public. This workshop was organized to celebrate the impact of our repository, which was founded almost 20 years to this day. And during this time, I've seen a dramatic change as we have evolved from a traditional catalog of samples and data to a rich, modern state-of-the-art database of samples and associated data with the promise of an accelerated rate of progressing going forward. This workshop will feature highlights that chronicle the repository's impact and growth during this period. And I'm particularly excited to see the workshop focus on the future. Repositories have now become an integral component of the biomedical ecosystem, and the workshop will discuss how quickly this space is evolving and how NIDDK's repository will play a critical anchoring role in NIDDK's data science ecosystem. Now, the agenda for today and tomorrow is full, with a healthy combination of keynote speakers, lightning talks, panel discussions, 2 workshops, one to highlight new features, streamline processes, and tips to access repository held resources, and a second that will provide a preview of coming enhancements, including a new analytic workspace, data challenge platform. Making all this possible is a diverse group of experts who have graciously agreed to participate in the various sessions. Repository experts from across NIH institutes, investigators who have contributed resources to the repository, secondary researchers who have successfully utilized the repository's resources to advance their field of science and career, data scientists, data science librarians, and others with expertise in different areas of the resource life cycle. Thank you all. Your contributions are invaluable to the success of this workshop. I also want to thank our meeting organizers, Drs. Rodriguez, Akulkar, Mullins, Polowskowska, and Ms. Sharon Lawler, and our partners at Booz Allen Hamilton, who have worked tirelessly to put this workshop and the accompanying data challenge together. And of course, I want to acknowledge the incredibly vital role of our repository directors have had in building our repository ecosystem. Dr. Rebecca Rasuli, who will be speaking shortly, founded our repository and admirably established the policies and practices that were critical for its success. Dr. Rebecca Rodriguez, who is co-chairing this workshop, who took over the role and in partnership with Ms. Lawler, have continued our forward progress. Now, before I hand off to my deputy, Dr. Germino, I'd like to thank all of you for your interest in this NIDDK Central Repository Anniversary Workshop. I also want to reassure you that NIDDK is committed to the repository program and will continue to strive to serve the biomedical research community as a good partner to NIH and other entities in the repository space. NIDDK intends to actively participate in building out the data ecosystem and in advance the data repository and biorepository science and management to leverage the valuable resources held by the repository. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Greg Germino, NIDDK's Deputy Director. Greg?
Thank you, Griff. Good morning. I'm pleased to join you today as we celebrate 20 years of the NIDDK Central Repository. It is terrific to see that so many people have registered for today's meeting, reflecting the importance of this resource to the NIDDK data ecosystem. I'm particularly delighted to see my colleague, Dr. Rebecca Rasuli, who founded the repository in 2003. She and I worked closely together from the time I joined NIDDK in 2009 until she moved on and up to new adventures in 2017. As you just heard from Dr. Rogers, NIDDK established the data and biospecimen repositories in 2003 to increase the impact of our large clinical studies. Since that time, the repositories have played key roles. For some studies, they have served as a central coordinating hub for sample and data management, playing a critical role in the conduct of the study and supporting innumerable associated ancillary studies. For all of our large studies, they have hosted curated data sets and associated biospecimens after the studies were completed, and then made them available to the broader scientific community. The repositories have been especially invaluable in enabling scientists, not involved in the original study, to test new hypotheses without the need to collect new data or biospecimens. And they provide an opportunity to pool data across multiple studies to increase the power of statistical analyses. While we're here today to celebrate our past, the most important and exciting aspect of this workshop is its focus on the future. I've had the opportunity to oversee the repositories for over 14 years, and their evolution over this time has been extraordinary. Not only have our collections expanded, our repositories are now state-of-the-art resources positioned to support 21st century data science. We'll hear more about this over the next 2 days. May I have the next slide? The evolution of NIDDK's repositories hasn't happened in a vacuum. In parallel with our efforts, data science at NIH has been moving fast forward under the leadership of two incredibly impactful data scientists. Dr. Susan Gregorek, director of the NIH Office of Data Science Strategy, otherwise known by the acronym ODSS, they released the first NIH strategic plan for data science in June 2018. The plan provided a roadmap for modernizing the NIH-funded biomedical data science ecosystem. And ODSS has invested its money wisely over the past 5 years to support this transition. NIDDK is incredibly grateful for their support in helping us move our data repositories to the cloud, achieving Core Trust Seal certification of our repository, and in implementing researcher authentication and authorization services. I'm pleased to report that ODSS is in the process of developing a new strategic plan for data science to guide the direction of our next 5 years at NIH, and we look forward to its imminent release. We encourage all of you to read it and share your insights once publicly posted. In parallel with these efforts, Dr. Patty Brennan, the director of the National Library of Medicine and a speaker in today's plenary session, established a broad 10-year vision for the NIH data ecosystem and how it could be harnessed to promote discovery to improve health. We are incredibly lucky to have her participation in our workshop today, as this will be one of her last presentations before she retires at the end of the month. NIH is deeply indebted to her for her visionary leadership of data science at NIH. Finally, in December 2021, NIDDK released its first overarching strategic plan in almost 20 years, which was structured to guide our institute's priorities for the next 5 years. The plan was developed based on extensive input from leading researchers across the country, as well as significant public input from patient advocates, organizations, and individuals who responded to requests for information. As we will discuss shortly, NIDDK repositories in data science were highlighted as important resources and research opportunities for the future. In the next few slides, I'll review the complementarity of these plans and how they together are strengthening the NIH data ecosystem. Next slide, please. This slide lists the 5 major goals for the 2018 to 2023 NIH Data Science Strategic Plan. As you read down the list, you can see how well they have achieved them and how they have impacted both the NIH and NIDDK data communities. ODSS and our Center for Information Technology have supported movement of multiple data systems to the cloud for the Science and Technology Research Infrastructure for Discovery, Experimentation, and Sustainability Program, or otherwise known as STRIDES. This initiative has played a leading role in establishing partnerships with commercial cloud service providers to harness the power of commercial cloud computing for NIH biomedical researchers. To date, STRIDES has stored 206 petabytes of data and processed 365 million compute hours across the various STRIDES platforms. Through 2023, over 1,300 research programs and project accounts have been onboarded into STRIDES. And in alignment with goal number 4, it has trained more than 5,000 researchers. Complementary to these efforts, ODSS has supported the temporary recruitment of data scholars to NIH institutes and centers to help modernize our environment. And NIDDK has been a beneficiary with the support for 2. And with an eye toward good stewardship and sustainability, the STRIDES program has saved more than $54 million, allowing the community to do even more impactful science at a lower per unit cost. A final key step, NIH has worked to simplify access to data while preserving its security. Next slide, please. This slide features the high-level goals of the National Library of Medicine Strategic Plan. You can see how well the themes are aligned with the NIH Data Strategic Plan, while more focused on how data science methods and results can be used to inform discovery, communities, and the training of the next generation researchers and care providers. Dr. Brennan will be saying more about her vision shortly. Next slide, please. Which brings me to the NIDDK strategic plan. The plan presents 4 major scientific goals, which are shown here in the hexagons. The first goal is to advance understanding of biological pathways and environmental contributors to health and disease. The second is to advance pivotal clinical studies and trials for prevention, treatment, and cures. The third is to advance research to disseminate and implement evidence-based prevention strategies and treatments in clinics and community settings to improve the health of all people more rapidly and more effectively. And the fourth and final goal is to advance stakeholder engagement, including patients and other participants as true partners in research. Several cross-cutting topics crucial to NIDDK's mission are addressed throughout the strategic plan, and these are shown in the circles, and they include achieving health equity by eliminating health disparities among minority groups, those who are underserved, and others who are otherwise marginalized, improving women's health, and strengthening the biomedical research workforce diversity and training. The strategic plan also addresses many facets of stewardship, ensuring that we serve as efficient and effective stewards of the public's resources. Next slide, please. Drilling down into the details of the plan, one will find repositories in data science explicitly identified as important opportunities for scientific discovery and priorities for NIDDK. On the left side of the slide, under Goal 1 and Opportunity 1.3, the plan notes that resources such as data and biospecimen repositories are invaluable assets for maximizing the scientific value of donated biological samples and research data. And they particularly provide excellent opportunities to enhance the study of diseases across NIDDK's mission. Our repositories allow centralized access to consolidated data and clinical samples from multiple research institutions, which can be critical to studies of diseases that are rare or are caused by a complex web of multiple factors. And repositories that link patient-oriented data such as behavioral, psychosocial, environmental factors with biological samples and data could greatly accelerate investigations into how all these factors affect health. These can be particularly useful resources for studies of health disparities, which are a high priority for NIDDK. As many of you know, NIDDK supports research in health conditions like obesity, diabetes, and kidney disease that are associated with some of the largest health disparities in this country. But for repositories and other data systems to help research in this area, it is critical that we ensure that, that the repository data and samples reflect diverse populations, especially those most adversely affected by these conditions. And it's also important that we identify and address barriers hindering repository use by all, implementing best practices in repository organization, administration, and improving repository navigation and analysis tools. On the right side of the slide, I'm highlighting two recommendations under goal number 2 of the strategic plan. It calls for NIDDK to promote where possible common data elements to facilitate meta-analyses and data integration across studies. And it encourages NIDDK to leverage the research value of repositories. The plan acknowledges that repositories are an important component of scientific collaboration because they make data and biological samples from clinical studies available to other researchers. For investigators doing the studies, they're an important way for their work to have impact beyond the immediate goals of the original study. So well-designed data and sample collection, curation, and sharing really can advance the entire research enterprise. The strategic plan also encourages NIDDK to establish repositories for study fields that do not yet have any. We have the next slide. As I previously noted, there's a section in the strategic plan that addresses the responsibility NIDDK has as stewards of the public trust and funding. Our repository fills an important niche in our scientific ecosystem. By partnering with our consortia early, it identifies efficient strategies for archiving critical resources and data. By serving as a trusted custodian for both data and samples after a study's completion, it allows others to test hypotheses without the need for new data generation or sample collection. And by facilitating integration of data from multiple distinct studies, it can provide power to support new discoveries that would otherwise be missed. In keeping with our stewardship responsibilities, repository management policies should maximize the reach of repository resources among the broad research community, done in a way that preserves participant privacy and that is respectful of the concerns of populations experiencing disproportionate impact. We must make it easier to find and access our collections, ensuring adherence to FAIR principles. We are pleased that the NIDDK Central Repository was recently awarded Core Trust Seal certification, only the 4th repository in NIH to have this designation. which acknowledges the trustworthiness of our repository system and practices. The NIDDK Central Repository is also committed to driving innovation. The challenge competition, which you'll hear more about soon, is one way we are experimenting in this space. And our Central Repository is committed to enhancing utilization of our resources through partnerships with others, promoting training and reducing barriers to use. Next slide, please. NIDDK is proud of the investment it has made in supporting our Central Repository. As this study summarizes, it is home to data and samples from hundreds of studies across a wide collection of conditions within our mission. The NIDDK Central Repository plays a key role in supporting the implementation of NIDDK's strategic plan. And while part of this workshop will highlight how this resource has impacted our past, we are particularly keen on discussing the role it will play in the future. To paraphrase the famous advice about the future given to the young Benjamin Braddock in the film The Graduate, one word: data. The power of cloud computing, the accessibility of almost limitless sources of data, the availability of technologies and processes that allow data integration and data mining, the introduction of large language models into data analyses, coupled with the new NIH data management and sharing policy, which promises to unlock results that have often been sequestered in private servers. All of these activities and actions will transform discovery and uncover patterns previously unknown. The NIDDK Central Repository has played and will continue to play a vital role in promoting the NIDDK data ecosystem. So we really are looking to a bright future powered by enthusiastic data scientists like you participating in today's workshop. I have my final slide, please. In closing, I want to thank Dr. Rogers for his continued support of our repository and his commitment to promoting and growing our data science ecosystem. To our meeting organizers, our dedicated NIDDK team who work to promote data science throughout the year, both in public ways like in organizing this workshop and the upcoming data science NIDDK Data Challenge, but in many other ways unseen by you, where they toil behind the scenes to promote and support a data science agenda. I want to thank our many speakers for their willingness to share their time and expertise with our community. Dr. Rasuli for her dedication in getting the repository first established, and Dr. Rodriguez, Ms. Sharon Lawler, and Ms. D. Cooper for their vision, leadership, and management of the repository as it looks to the future. And lastly, to all of you for your interest in seeking how we can expand our knowledge through creative use of data and biospecimens. Thank you and have a great conference.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers and Dr. Germino, for the warm welcome and for setting the stage for this workshop. And with that, we're going to move on to session 1, titled Reflecting on 20 Years of the NIDDK Central Repository, Embracing Our Legacy and Shaping Our Future. And to chair that session, I'd like to introduce Dr. Bina Alkokar. Dr. Alkokar is the Senior Advisor for the Immunopathogenesis and Genetics of Diabetes and the Diabetes Endocrinology and Metabolism Division at NIDDK. Dr. Alkokar is the project scientist of 3 consortia, the Environmental Determinants of Diabetes in the Young, also known as the TEDdy study, Accelerating Medicine Partnership for Common Metabolic Diseases, referred to as AMP-CMD, and the Rare and Atypical Diabetes Network, referred to as RADIANT. In addition, Dr. Alkokar coordinates research activities on T1D across the NIH and serves as a member of the repository's executive committee. Prior to joining NIDDK, she was Assistant Professor, Medicine and Pathology at NYU School of Medicine, Division of Molecular Medicine, Department of Medicine, North Shore University Hospital. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bina. Welcome, Bina.
Hi, everybody. I would like to, get the meeting started. So I'll introduce the first speaker, Rebecca Rasuli. You've already heard a lot about her, that she was the one who initiated the studies. So Rebecca Rasuli is the director of the Division of Extramural within NICHD. In this role, she's responsible for scientific leadership and overseeing policy and management for grants to support, to stimulate, plan, direct, and evaluate biomedical research programs. From 2001 to 2017, Dr. Rasuli was the director of the Genetics and Genomics Program in the Division of Kidney, Urological, and Hematological Diseases at at NIDDK and served as the deputy director of the division for 3 years. Dr. Rasuli did her undergraduate work at Harvard University and received her PhD in genetics from Michigan State University. After completing postdoctoral work at Albert Einstein College of Medicine, she was a Claire Booth Assistant Professor of Biological Sciences at St. John's University, where she led a funded research program on chromosome segregation in Drosophila. And Rebecca, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I wanted to say that it is really an honor and a privilege to come back to say a few words, really a very few words about the repository, a project that I really have loved working on in the past for an institute whose work is so admirable and significant. So thank you again for inviting me, and thanks to my colleagues at NIDDK. So the very few words I wanted to say about the repository was about a little bit of the history. If we move to the next slide, I think that it's important to understand how the repositories were originally conceived. NIDDK moved to do many multi-site large clinical trials, especially in the 90s and at the beginning of this millennium. And there was a need to have a place to store the samples and the data. When I used to talk about this, I used to remind people that they had diskettes sitting on their shelves, and that's where a lot of our data were. Now that's kind of old-fashioned, but that was also how the data and the samples were stored for these studies. So the council convened a work group to look at this and recommended creating these central repositories. And this was an effort from across all 3 divisions, as reflected in Greg Germino's slide. Next slide, please. I must have showed this slide, I don't know, 150 times as we visited each of the different study groups to talk about what it was that the repository would do. And the idea was that whereas the study would conduct its regular operations, the samples would flow to the repositories in real time during the study, and the data would come as a clean set at the end. So that was the conception of the repository. It would serve these large studies, housing both their data and their samples. On the next slide, this is just recapping what you heard, which is that the first contracts were issued about 20 years ago and have been renewed since in different ways to different vendors. And then we were actually able to use some of the ARA funds about 13 or 14 years ago to expand the capacity of the repository. Next slide, please. When you think back 20 years, some of the biggest challenges were things that seem relatively straightforward now, having appropriate informed consent language and language requiring sharing. That wasn't as an obvious thing 20 years ago as it is now. And of course, governance policies. And the most profound need, and I remember sitting in the contractors' conference room a few months after award, and we're all sitting around talking about when will the samples eventually come. They had the freezers, they had the people, but it took a while to persuade studies that they should reposit their samples for sharing. Next slide, please. However, the studies did catch on. They got the idea that this was from a cost point of view and from a operations point of view, that this was an excellent plan to have their samples handled by, well, experts and by the Institute's repositories. And so you can see that the growth of the sample collection was pretty dramatic, as well as the growth of the equipment that we had purchased, which was also pretty dramatic, and leading up to the total today of about 16 million samples or so. Next slide, please. And the biggest challenge is kind of when I exited leadership of the repository, where the repository had gotten so popular, but it had been built on the premise that it would serve each study as if it was the only study it was serving, because this was one of the ways to persuade the studies to participate. But it became very difficult preparing shipping kits, custom, printing labels, custom for each study. So that was one major challenge. And the other was that we were committed to 100% review of the informed consents to make sure that they absolutely positively were compliant to allow sharing of the samples. And we would not take samples unless there was an appropriate consent. And this became an enormous project in and of itself. Next slide, please. But it was just so funny how it turned in 12 or so years, that in 2003 and 2004, there were 0 samples. And by 2016, and I believe continuing to this day, the problem is there actually too many samples and too little interest in using them. The turnover is very tiny. Look at the number of requests and the number of external requests, people not associated with a study in any way who come from the samples. That number, at least 7 years ago, was very tiny. And I do not know the updated numbers, but this is a well-known problem, that you have to get people that want to use samples. Less of a problem in getting people to want to use data. And as Greg said, in the age of data, data are increasingly valuable and useful commodity. Next slide, please. And so I just wanted to conclude with a couple of thoughts. That the biggest opportunities, and Greg said this much more eloquently and thoughtfully than I'm going to say it, but the biggest opportunities are our ability to take data and reconfigure it and merge it and harmonize it and so that the data collected across many studies can be even more valuable than the data collected from a single study. And the idea that non-specialists have access to it is also increasing the potential audience for it enormously. And similarly, to think about how samples can really be used for significant research and find ways to make sample collections more searchable so that you can actually find what you're looking for rather than clicking study by study. So with that, I wanted to thank, on the next slide, all the many people I worked with until the time that I moved on within NIH. And you can see many of those names represented here. And finally, in the last slide, it wasn't all work. We did actually get to take a field trip every now and then. And this is a group of us a bunch of years ago visiting the NIDDK biosample repository. So many thanks again to all of you and for your excellent work and for inviting me to share these thoughts with you.
The history of the repository. We will now move on directly to the other Rebecca Rodrigues, and we will ask questions later. So I will introduce Rebecca. Rebecca Rodrigues is the director of the repository program at NIDDK. She guides the extramural NIDDK-funded clinical studies with the development of consistent policies and procedures to ensure these studies comply with all the applicable NIH and HHS research policies. As a repository program director, she ensures clinical study-generated resources are made available to the broader scientific community, maximizing the impact and the scientific value of the research. She also leads multiple teams and provides guidance, technical direction, and oversight for the performance of the repository support staff and repository contractors. Prior to working at NIDDK, Dr. Rodrigues worked for the infectious disease clinical research program through the Henry M. Jackson for the advancement of military medicine, overseeing multidisciplinary teams in Honolulu, Hawaii. She completed her PhD in biomedical sciences from the University of Hawaii, John A. Burns School of Medicine, and has a diverse background in clinical and basic research, including infectious digestive diseases, oncology, epidemiological, and bioinformatics. Rebecca, take it from here.
Thank you, Veena. Good morning, and good afternoon for wherever you're joining us from. Thank you all of you for joining us. Thank you, Kolkar, for the introduction, and thank you, Dr. Rasuli, for the historical background and highlighting the foundational work of the Central Repository. It was a great introduction. Next slide, please. Our vision for the repository is ambitious. It always has been. And today, as it was 20 years ago, we envision that investigators not involved with the original studies, testing new hypotheses without the need to collect new resources. And by this, we realize the full potential of these existing resources, generating new findings, accelerating breakthroughs that impact health and healthcare outcomes. Our mission, however, is much simpler. Since inception, it has been to support the receipt and distribution of data and biospecimens ethically and equitably. Next slide, please. Our repository program was restructured in 2018, as you heard, under the direct oversight of the NIDDK director within the Office of Clinical Research Support, also established in 2018. The restructure served to standardize practices across NIDDK and other research areas integrated within OCRS to better support studies that contribute resources to the repository, while other portions of the structural governance remain the same. These are the administrative and the operational branches. Next slide, please. Our repository has become an international resource supporting large NIDDK-funded active and concluded clinical studies, hosting and making available resources that cover over 100 different diseases, disorders, or topics across 6 major research areas within the 3 NIDDK divisions, including diabetes and other endocrine and metabolic diseases, digestive diseases, including liver and pancreas, nutritional disorders and obesity, urologic, including prostate and hematologic, and kidney diseases and other acute and chronic conditions that impact those living with these diseases, making the repository collections an extremely valuable resource. Next slide. As you heard, long before the first data or biospecimen was acquired and or distributed, the biorepository need and the repository data was established and the plans were set in motion. Today, our repository is one of 27 NIH-sustained supported controlled access repositories that provides materials to secondary investigators around the globe. Shown here are the repository milestones relative to the number of cumulative collections by time of release to the public. After the establishment in 2003, our website platform was launched in 2004 with only 6 collections and relaunched in 2021 under a new name, Resources for Research, or R4R for short. Today, we're managing over 240 interventional and observational clinical studies, from which 160 are available with 1 or 2 resources, whether data or biospecimens, available for request to the external community. Throughout the years, as the number of collections and the demand for resources have grown, we have implemented system enhancements, process improvements, and the necessary metrics to assess the utilization and the utility of our resources. Most recently, with the support of NIDDK and the Office of Data Science Strategy, we have implemented the relevant parts of the desirable characteristics of the repositories to align with fair and trust principles. Many of these enhancements led to securing the certification of the Standards and the Certifications Board, known as the Core Trust Seal certification. There is still much more to be done. Next slide. From the collections that are available for request by the external community, we have 144 with clinical data, which is about 9.7 gigabytes of compressed data, and 94 of the 160 have samples, about 6.2 million biospecimens with more than 70 different types of materials, linked to well-annotated and curated clinical data that provides investigators the opportunity to pool resources across several studies, as you heard before. This is a subset of the resources we host, and many other collections may be available in collaboration with the parent studies. We serve over 5,700 registered users and have approved over more than 800 investigators who have produced more than 500 publications or abstracts. Next slide, please. Our repository resources have supported varied scientific work. Shown here is the number of cumulative requests submitted by the external and ancillary investigators, fulfilled or in process by year submitted. This represents about 45% of all requests we handle. Throughout the years, we have implemented various programs to increase the use of the repository resources, like EXO1s, DP3s for ancillary studies to T1D collections, R01s, and more recently, the administrative review pathway. This last one has resulted in a 5-fold increase in biospecimen requests from the external investigators. On the pie chart, we show the primary aims of requests, where you see that a large proportion is for risk prediction, followed by mechanistic and methods research, all of which include artificial intelligence and machine learning applications. I invite all of you to attend the lightning talk sessions this afternoon and tomorrow afternoon to hear about some of the great work our requesters have been able to accomplish with their repository resources. We will also be implementing a data challenge series, which we will talk more about later. Next slide, please. As seen here, we have modernized our services and features to streamline and have implemented new services that will be demoed later today and tomorrow. Yet, we continue to provide that unique support style that benefits early-stage, junior, and well-established investigators alike, and sets our repository apart. Next slide, please. We have remained flexible and adaptable to NIDDK's evolving mission, remaining focused on where we want to be as the repository matures, while supporting both resource generators and secondary data users. For example, we have modernized our database with several system security updates and have made adjustments to enhance and expand the types of data hosted. Likewise, we have implemented DOI through DataSide and much more. We have also streamlined the request application process to overcome barriers to access. Equally, we have made improvements to the data and biospecimen submission process, providing guidance before resources are collected, and have implemented technology to facilitate the import of data into the platform and to expedite the release of other resources while these are still relevant. Next slide, please. As we mark our 20th anniversary, we take time to think about the lessons we have learned and reestablish our strategic goals, which are to improve the quality of the resources we host, identify and address barriers that limit reuse, increase the impact of and provide the necessary tools to analyze and facilitate new research, advance the understanding of best practices, and improve program efficiency that increase user engagement and fosters promotion and continuity of access and reuse. As you heard from Dr. Gemino, this is in alignment with NIH strategic plan for data science and NIDDK's own strategic plan for research and NLM strategic goals. And you will hear from Dr. Brennan herself shortly. Next slide. By aligning with these, we hope to support NIDDK's data fabric, serving as a model to NIDDK scientific community, leading to secondary research with impactful health outcomes. Our program will continue to restructure to support operations at pace, modernizing and advancing NIDDK and our repository activities in biomedical and data science space to maximize the potential and the utilization of our resources, as well as reduce silos and in a move towards interconnectivity and interoperability. Next slide, please. Our plans for the upcoming years are to continue modernization activities, establishing partnerships within and outside NIH, leveraging existing opportunities that align With NIH and ODSS objectives, we will continue to make strides to strengthen NIDDK and our own repository data ecosystem in support of good data stewardship, to improve data harmonization and resource AI readiness by engaging with different parts of our community. For example, we will be implementing the participant global unique identifiers to select studies and integrating with NIH researcher authentication service that will allow seamless access to data assets across different NIH platforms. Furthermore, we will be piloting an analytics workspace environment and launching a data challenge series that will build from one another and has the potential to increase the pipeline of secondary researchers, which you will hear more about tomorrow during the workshop session 2. Next slide, please. I want to end by acknowledging our repository program staff, Sharon Lawler and Dee Cooper. A special thanks to the executive committee and our operations team. The executive committee members, many of whom, as you heard from Dr. Rasuli, have been with the program since the program inception, and their guidance has been invaluable. On the operations side, I want to thank the data repository team, currently under contract with Booz Allen Hamilton, our biorepository component, currently under bridge contract with the Precision for Medicine, and as well, all of our prior contractors who have supported us. Thank you all for your attention, and happy 20th.
So we have time for a couple of quick questions. Does anybody have any questions? Otherwise, we'll move on. If we don't have questions, we will move on since we are past the time.
Yes, Bina, I don't see any questions in the Q&A, but that's a good reminder to ask people to please put questions in the Q&A for these different sessions.
Yeah, so we can go to the next session.
Okay, so moving on. So thank you, Bina, Rebecca, for taking us through that summary of the NIDDK past, present, and future. So it's my pleasure for this next session titled Modernizing the Data Repository Ecosystem to Accelerate the Pace of Biomedical Research to introduce Dr. Patricia Flatley Brennan. Dr. Brennan is the director of the National Library of Medicine at the National Institutes of Health. NLM is a leader in biomedical informatics and computational health data science research in the world's largest biomedical library. Dr. Brennan holds a Master's of Science in Nursing and a PhD in Industrial Engineering. Dr. Brennan is a Fellow of the American Institute of Medical and Biological Engineering, an elected member of the National Academy of Medicine, and a Fellow of the American Academy of Nursing, the American College of Medical Informatics, and the New York Academy of Medicine. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Brennan. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much, and congratulations to this entire effort and all the people who not only develop the repository, but do their best to make good uses of the repository. For repositories are really only useful if they become the substrate on which we develop new research ideas and test out new plans. I got an insight listening to the talk earlier today of one of the very important parts of a repository that's endured for 20 years. That is that you have the ability to look back and look forward to see precursors to possible disease states or perhaps healing states for individuals. Next slide, please. Today, I'm here in my dual role as the director of the National Library of Medicine and the co-chair of the Enterprise IT Council, which fostered the development of digital NIH. Our current plan, strategic vision for IT at the NIH, our very first plan. I also collaborate closely with Susan Gregorick on the NIH Strategic Plan for Data Science, which was released last week. I'm going to talk with you about the NLM because it may be new to some of you. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the two strategic plans that are guiding our efforts right now and give an overlay of how these connect to some of the existing efforts on campus. And then I'm going to be talking to you about some new initiatives that are coming forward. Next slide, please. So the National Library of Medicine thinks of itself as the front door to NIH. We are on the southeastern end of the campus. We have this beautiful building, which is over 70 years old and now is under repair. We are renovating our low squat building in the front to modernize it, make it accessible for our staff to come to work as we go into a new phase of work. The National Library of Medicine was originally built, though, during the Cold War. So if you look at the squat building in the front, you'll see those skinny little lines. Those are windows. This building was built to withstand a nuclear attack because at the time, we were just coming out of the Department of the Army and moving to the Public Health Service. There was still a great concern about the risk to the United States, and particularly of some of our treasures like our biomedical knowledge. We do, by the way, not know if the plans for the building actually would ever work in a nuclear attack. They've never been tested, fortunately, but we do know that the renovation of the building, which has been proceeding for the last 3 years, has taught us many things about this building, including that the walls are 17 inches thick and the floors are 14 inches thick. So it's a really sturdy building. Next slide, please. The National Library of Medicine actually predates the NIH. We began serving science and society around 1836 when a field army hospital surgeon asked for some books to help him understand and care for soldiers. From the period of time from 1836 to the almost 1900, we saw the beginnings of a collection, mostly of books, but an organizing of books, because what libraries do is purposefully collect, systematically organize, and intentionally preserve. So the building that you saw on the first slide, or you see on the right-hand slide on the slides in front of you, actually has 4 stories that go down underground where we preserve many of our precious paper holdings. Now, starting around the mid-50s, but certainly in the period of 1968 to 2000, we saw the emergence of a modern library, which was going to be driven largely by computation and expansion in the information age, including research and development here at the NIH. So we saw it during this period of time. The Lister Hill National Center for Biomedical Communications was opened in 1968 by a congressional action. And then in 1988, the National Center for Biotechnology Information was opened as a way to preserve for the nation access to unfettered and access to the genomic information that was exploding. And the period of 2000 to 2036, we saw the modern library emerging. We're developing new search strategies, new ways to present information to you. We're developing new ways to connect to the public, and we're making increasing use of cloud storage, as I see your own repository efforts are also. By the way, the National Library of Medicine only holds data. We do not hold any biospecimens in any of our precious holdings here. Next slide, please. We are essentially a hub of knowledge that powers and is powered by artificial intelligence. So if you look at the diagram on the right, you see some of our services and products, which is really the way we're known to the public. At the very top, you see our PubMed Central, and Medline. These are our precious research literature holdings. Now we include in PubMed Central preprints of articles of research funded by the NIH to accelerate access to the literature. We recognize, though, also that having access to lots of literature doesn't necessarily help people because it can be overwhelming. How many of you have gotten 20 or 30 pages of citation results when you do a search in PubMed? We've recently launched an AI-powered search retrieval system that organizes your research, your citation research, not by reverse chronological order, most recent next, but by ordered by relevance-based ranking. This uses an algorithm quite similar to Amazon, when Amazon says, well, people who bought that dress also bought these shoes. And we learned to say, well, people who read this article also found that article useful. We use a lot of natural language processing to explode a search to make it relevant. We also use a lot of machine learning to rank the ordering based on relevance, but based on proximity, based on likelihood of being searched. And we continue to evaluate this search retrieval process to make sure we're not inadvertently shading or showcasing only part of the literature, but actually fostering access to all of it. Excuse me. You see next on the right-hand side around 3 o'clock are biomedical data and tools, which includes the Sequence Read Archive, the largest publicly available data set in the world, a biomedical data set in the world, as well as GenBank. The comparative genomic resource represents a new partnership between NLM provided data resources and community-driven utilities that run on those data resources. As we move around the clock, you see our direct-to-consumer information, including Medline Plus, RX normal terminology for medications, as well as clinicaltrials.gov, a way to record and perhaps identify opportunities for people to participate in clinical trials. Our library resources include interlibrary loan resources, and the health data standards around 11 o'clock shows a part of the NLM I'll bet you're not aware of, and that is we are the central repository for the US for terminologies that are used in clinical practice. SNOMED, LOINC, the UMLS, that's the Unified Medical Languaging System. So we not only have literature and data, but we also have terminologies that help organize it. That's going to become important in just a minute. Next slide, please. Excuse me, over the last 2 years, the NIH launched an initiative called Digital NIH, recognizing that innovation and technology and computation were absolutely essential for the future of the NIH. Originally launched with me and Andrea Norris as our sponsors. Now Dennis Papula, the acting CIO, is helping to foster this idea. This document is available online, by the way. Next slide, please. Digital NIH is based on the idea that we need to provide a framework to identify or define high priority capabilities and manage NIH technology investments that would cross-functional areas common to all ICs to achieve the NIH outcome. So we have our vision is organized around 4 functional areas you see on the screen: extramural research management, intramural clinical and basic research, administration and management, and the cross-cutting capabilities such as security or workforce development. Take a look at that word capabilities for just a moment. Capabilities describe the people and the processes needed to achieve a specific outcome. So they are not a specific type of technology or specific technological solution, but rather the capability that may be addressed by a variety of technologies. We are working with many teams across the NIH to actually build out our first and future years. Next slide, please. We envision Digital NIH as a multi-year journey that's going to iteratively explore solutions to the prioritized capabilities over the next several years. We had over 400 people help to establish the plan. We have over 100 people helping to launch the plan. In year 1, we're just finishing the first 6-month sprint, where we had 5 teams develop plans that they could implement right away. As of last week, we've provided $2.5 million to implement new ideas and how to better accelerate the use of electronic grants review process. We've improved our ability to come up with standards that will give guidance so that HIC doesn't have to go out into the wilderness and figure out what technology or what solution is both appropriate for them and can be managed in a federal sector. In addition to these first demonstration of capabilities, we also built a 4-year roadmap that'll take us into the future, helping IC directors understand and be aware of where change can be and how they can build their IC's investment in information technology into the overall platform for the NIH. Next slide, please. Concurrently with the development of Digital NIH, we saw the development of the 2003 Strategic Plan for Data Science. On the screen in front of you, please note the green and the blue sections. Digital NIH provides the infrastructure to modernize the biomedical data resource ecosystem, and the Strategic Plan for Data Science provides the data content, the security. So I think of it very loosely as the Digital NIH program provides the boxes and wires that connect everything, and the Strategic Plan for Data Science defines the content and makes it accessible. Next slide, please. That strategic plan has 5 goals: to build, first of all, capabilities to sustain the NIH data management and sharing policy. Second, programs to enhance human-derived data for research. This is a new thing for the NIH, attending to clinical observations used as research or observations of clinical phenomenon as part of a research program. It requires us to rethink, to move away from the genomics or the sample-based approaches to understanding research, to begin to understand the clinical data and what it means, how to preserve it, and how to integrate it. The third goal within the NIH Strategic Plan for Data Science is to devise new opportunities for artificial intelligence. Goal 4 is to support a federated biomedical data infrastructure. This means, and this is really quite important to the group that is gathered today to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the NIDDK repository, NIH will not build a single monolithic repository, but actually we'll be looking at building the tools to link across, to search across a wide variety of data systems that may be germane to the individual institute, but also have broad value across the NIH. And finally, the strategic plan for data science, it wants to strengthen the community of data scientists by providing techniques and training for data wranglers, for investigators, and for the general public. Next slide, please. If this is successful, the strategic plan for data science will generate innovative approaches to data curation, harmonization, and validation. Really important. This is where our human workforce works a lot right now. You'll see increased support for development of common data elements, and I'll return to that concept in just a few minutes, and increased support for research on clinical and health data science, including on some of the methods needed for data privacy, participant-informed consent. We'll see support for tools for wearable devices and new real-world data collection tools, environmental sensors, for example, development of training programs, particularly focusing on AI and bioethics. We'll have new capabilities for researchers, and we'll engage researchers and community in data science training. A lot will happen in 5 years. Next slide, please. So you may be wondering, how do these two plans fit together? Could you please click 3 or 4 times? This is a build slide. I apologize. Again, and one more. That's it. Okay, I think we got it all. Okay, so on the left-hand side, the blue screen depicts the data science, the strategic plan for data science. On the right-hand side, you see digital NIH. The 2 columns on the far extremes really target what do those groups do uniquely. And basically, remember, digital NIH is providing the infrastructure on which all of this will ride. The data science strategic plan is describing the nature of data and the way we will store it, access it, and make it reusable, including new software technologies for search and integration. In the center, you see some of our overlapping responsibilities. We're proposing common architectures within digital NIH, and there'll be new strategies to develop and test new ways to federate data in the NIH ecosystem. Enhancing data science collaboration with the intramural research program, clearly a partnership with digital NIH. Our intramural research program needs all the attention we can provide it. Having described to you the 2 plans that are driving our future, let me go into a little depth about 3 key areas that we believe will be important in the next few years. Next slide, please. The concept of common data elements has arisen across many of our disciplinary areas. Common data elements, next slide, please, are simply a systematic way to identify concepts and capture data on them. So common data elements are a combination of a defined variable paired with a specific set of coded responses. So we have a question and answer pairing. This fosters interoperability in the future. And Griff and I have had several conversations about the fact that common data elements may only be common within specific disciplines. It's going to be rare to find one set of common data elements beyond the very general ones, such as gender or race and ethnicity, that would cover the totality of NIH. But there may be some, for example, adaptiveness to health challenges or the ability to manage self-care. Common data elements are common to multiple data sets or designed for use across studies. They can be structured either as a single data element, how good is your health, or a collection of data elements that may be combined together for use in surveys or for use in instrument assessment. Common data elements represent generally the core variables for a particular study, not every single variable. And we do get into challenges when we, for example, try to make a determination of how does one characterize depression or alcohol use. An individual from the NIMH or from NIAAA might characterize those with great fine-grained detail. An individual from the National Institute for Nursing Research, where my lab is, might be satisfied with a 2 or 3 question assessment. So we're going to have to learn how to map from the deeply specific to the general and accurate. Next slide, please. Some samples of common data elements that arose during the RADx and recovers period of our COVID response included things such as sex. On the screen you see it has a definition, sex at birth, and it has an indicator, male, female, and intersex. Age, which should be so simple to do, actually can get very complicated. In the Phoenix data set, there are 91 different ways to measure age. Might be years since birth, might be date of birth and month and day. Race and ethnicity become complicated. They generally are in this particular case, I'm showing you an example where race is a self-identified membership in a category. There is no biological test for race, so we often use self-identified. For the disabilities, on the other hand, there are well-known scales. The CDC National Center for Birth Defects and Disability has created a 7-point scale that allows us to give an estimate of a disabled person's abilities. Next slide, please. But CDEs can get very, very complicated. Note an example just from one of the RADx UP programs of the different ways you can identify race and ethnicity. We have almost 15 different approaches to identifying Pacific Islander native. On the right-hand side, you see a checkbox for Hispanic, who might be from Puerto Rico or might be Cuban, differentiating. In some studies, this level of granularity is important. In other studies, we want to be able to characterize more broadly the group. So we have lots of conversations going on at the NIH about common data elements. Let me speak for just a moment about the data lifecycle considerations. You saw an example of data lifecycle earlier. Next slide, please. Data lifecycle is an approach to being able to think about research data from the first question, that is what we call the index study, and its use in the future. And life cycle must include from design all the way through cessation or sustainability. Next slide, please. In the consideration of data lifecycle, I ask index researchers to think differently than future researchers. So index researchers begin thinking about data sharing at the design phase, and we hope as people are preparing their proposals and now providing their data management and sharing plans, these ideas are advanced early in the discussion. Selecting appropriate repositories and use effective metadata so data can be discovered by others is a decision that an index researcher must be made. And as we heard earlier today, obtaining consent for sharing and research reuse is absolutely critical at the point of data acquisition. Subsequent researchers have the challenge of discovering and evaluating relevant data and complying with the conditions under which it can be used. For example, only and evaluate this data within an enclave, or only use this data for certain kinds of studies. Next slide, please. The NIH life cycle initiatives include a number of different approaches. The NIH released recommendations for open access data repositories several years ago. You can find them on the OER website. Our NIH controlled access data management states specifically all data must be managed and most data should be shared. This was formalized during the 2023 Data Management and Sharing Plan, which advanced ideas of preserving data, of respect for individual participant considerations, including the risks of re-identification, and of managing authentication, authorization, and access control. We've seen a lot of innovations in data repositories, including enclaves being built, such as N3C, the CBIT Enterprise, which has their cancer data collections, the All of Use program, the All of Us program, which uses a enclave type approach, but stores the data in the extramural area at Vanderbilt, and the Sequence Read Archive, which consumes a lot of space within our STRIDES resource. Let me close by a couple of comments about how to make data fair. Next slide, please. So the acronym FAIR is well known to most of you: findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. But making data findable is actually one of the tougher things to be able to accomplish right now, especially as we build more and more different data repositories that are specific to institutions. Next slide, please. The NLM is launching an initiative called the NLM Data Catalog. It's in a developmental alpha stage right now, and it will be launched in 2024, spring of 2024. This is a curated catalog of biomedical data sets from selected publicly available resources. It's intended to provide discovery systems for users that is evidenced in our various strategic plans. Employs standard metadata to link data into a data model that will facilitate the creation and discovery of related information, and push linkable metadata into the semantic web to facilitate discovery more broadly. The beta version of the data catalog it employs a tool called DATM, D-A-T-M-M, which is a data set metadata modeling strategy. It's a metadata model that's developed to provide a common model for all data resources, and it will employ modern data management tools such as the RDF ontologies and schemas to facilitate metadata harvesting directly from the resource. Next slide. By February or March of this year, you'll be able to visit the NLM Data Catalog and be able to explore some of the resources as well as submit data here. What's important is that it will be possible to submit data even if the data are not described in an article, which brings us in advance of how to address some of the orphan data sets we're concerned about. Next slide, please. What I see coming in the future is an architecture that provides support for an end-to-end lifestyle approach to acquisitions, preservation, and sharing. That end-to-end structure is not in place yet, but the visions of it are coming forward. The technologies we need desperately are new innovations for search and for analytic platforms. And I hate to say it, but I think some of this AI that's coming out is going to help us a lot with search. And of course, we can never lose sight of the policy for consent management and data access controls. Final slide, please. If you have questions about digital NIH, you can reach out to Ivor D'Souza, who's the acting director of CIT, or Dennis Papula. You can reach out to Susan Gregwick for the data science strategy, and I'll be here with you for another 8 days, and then I will be off into my retirement. And I'm very grateful to have had this conversation as one of my last professional duties. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Brennan. We are also very happy that this was one of your final presentations before you move off into retirement, and congratulations on that. I don't see any questions from the audience, so I could actually start with one that I had. When you were talking about CDEs, we recognize the challenges there, and I wondered if you had any advice to investigators to help them to begin to identify these core elements, standard measures, or what gets to that level of CDEs, especially in a field of study where there hasn't been a lot of activity with that in regard to the CDEs. So any thoughts on how to help the investigators get that started?
So you've heard this very often about a number of things in research, but I have to say CDEs is a team sport. You cannot define CDEs alone. So making use of professional societies, of professional gatherings, of research sharing websites is really a critical tool to be able to move the conversation forward. I encourage investigators to think about the concepts they're trying to capture and then look for equivalent measures of the concept. Sometimes investigators jump right into the variable and the question and answer that they want to use, and that's really too specific. So I say stay at the concept level, and this is a tool that requires us to test, explore, test, and retest. So it will take time to move in this direction. I have to say the readiness of the NIH and our investigators to move into a common data element strategy that will enhance data reuse is really very exciting to me.
Thank you. I see that there is one item in the Q&A, but it's just congratulations and thank you for a very magnificent overview.
Thank you so much. My slides will be available. You're free to reuse them if they can be helpful to you.
Thank you.
Let me again congratulate you and thank Griff Rogers for being an outstanding colleague and partner during my time here. Bye-bye now. Good luck with your conference.
Thank you. All right. And next slide, please. With that, we will move on to the first workshop during this workshop, and I'm going to introduce the moderator for that session, Ms. Dee Cooper at NIDDK. Dee is the Repository Program Specialist at NIDDK Central Repository. In this role, she reviews data and sample requests for access to repository-held resources and guides routine processes. She also manages and evaluates routine operations and provides assistance to the program director. Prior to joining NIDDK this year, Dee served as a clinical research coordinator for the Department of Defense Uniformed Services University through the Henry M. Jackson Foundation for the advancement of military medicine, conducting traumatic brain injury research with an emphasis on blast and impact TBI. Also, through HJF, she served as a health specialist for the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. And as well, she served as a research coordinator at the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences, conducting surveys on autoimmune disease. Dee holds a Master's of Healthcare Administration degree. And with that, I will turn it over to you, Dee.
Thank you, Sharon. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the workshop on accessing NIDDK CR resources. We have a live demonstration this morning and walkthrough on how to access resources from the NIDDK CR website and learn how to identify appropriate data sets and biospecimens for your research needs. Leading this workshop are members of our support team at Booz Allen Hamilton. I will introduce all three participants at this time and then hand it over afterwards. So with that, I am pleased to introduce Alyssa Fujimoto, Kylie Snow, and Sashawn Lawrence. Alyssa Fujimoto is a senior lead scientist at Booz Allen Hamilton, supporting NIDDK Central Repository by overseeing submission and curation activities, requests for resources, and data management. Other support in the National Institutes of Health include the NIH Rapid Acceleration of Diagnostics Data Hub for COVID-19 data, known as RADx, Eunice Kennedy Shriver National Institute of Child Health and Human Development Data and Specimen Hub, known as DASH, and the National Children's Study through NICHD and the Children's Health Act of 2000. Ms. Fujimoto has also supported the Internal Revenue Service, Defense Centers of Excellence for Psychological Health and Traumatic Brain Injury, and Veterans Health Administration. Prior to working at Booz Allen, Ms. Fujimoto supported evaluation, research, statistical and analytical efforts for CPWR, the Center for Construction Research and Training, the United Negro College Fund, Cosmos Corporation, and New Pathways, a nonprofit organization mentoring foster care youth to independent living. In 2023, Ms. Fujimoto received the Woman of Color in STEM Technology Rising Award. She has an MA in Applied Developmental Psychology from George Mason University. Next, we have Kylie Snow. She's a staff scientist at Booz Allen Hamilton. She works the NIDDK Central Repository Resources for Research Program as data manager. In this role, she processes requests for data and biospecimens from internal, ancillary, external researchers, and leads communications between the requesters, the biorepositories, and NIDDK. Prior to joining Booz Allen Hamilton, Ms. Snow completed her Master's of Public Health in Epidemiology at the Rollins School of Public Health at Emory University. She also worked as a research assistant with the Emory University School of Medicine Health Services Research Center on projects related to end-stage kidney disease and the Georgetown Lombardi Comprehensive Cancer Center Cancer Prevention and Control Program on projects related to tobacco cessation. Ms. Sashawn Lawrence is a staff technologist at Booz Allen Hamilton, whose primary role is to support and oversee the external biospecimen requests that come into the NIDDK Central Repository. Sashawn plays a pivotal role in facilitating the communication with researchers, guiding them through the intricate process of obtaining access to biospecimens at the NIDDK CR. She also collaborates closely with researchers to help them understand and refine their request criteria as it relates to their study of interest, and subsequently formulates the comprehensive impact reports that align to their requests. Prior to working at Booz Allen Hamilton, Sashawn gained her Master's in Public Health from Emory University, where she specialized in epidemiology and actively engaged in maternal child health epidemiology-related projects and served on a COVID-19 outbreak response team. After the presentations, we'll have time for some Q&A, so please enter your questions in the Q&A box at any time during the presentation. Welcome, ladies, and with that, I will turn it over to you, Alyssa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dee. As Dee mentioned, we will be doing an interactive demonstration today, so with that, I will go ahead and actually grab the screen to be able to navigate quickly. So hello, everyone. My name is Elisa Fujimoto, and again, I'm here with my colleagues Kylie Snow and Sashawn Lawrence, and we're going to discuss accessing NIDDK Central Repository resources and requesting access to data and biospecimens for secondary research. For over 20 years, the NIDDK CR has been providing access to clinical research data, medical images such as MRIs and CT scans, as well as a multitude of biospecimen types, such as serum, urine, DNA, and many other types. The NIDDK CR truly embodies fair data sharing principles in which data are findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable, as well as trust principles, which is transparency, responsibility, user focus, sustainability, and technology. As mentioned before, we recently obtained our Core Trust Seal certification, in which we have successfully demonstrated and met all the requirements of a trustworthy data repository. Through the establishment of the NIDDK Central Repository, NIDDK has maximized its investment in its original research for NIDDK-funded and supported studies, by providing access to these pre-existing resources for the scientific research community to be able to generate their own outcomes and outputs, such as presentations in conferences or publications in peer-reviewed journals and many other outputs. And with that, we will navigate to the NIDDK Central Repository website to be able to demonstrate how to use the website, how to find resources, and submit data and biospecimen requests. This is the NIDDK CR Resources for Research homepage. At the top of the page, you'll see some quick breakdown views of NIDDK studies by research area, division, as well as categories of biospecimens by type. About midway down the page, there are quick links to be able to start a data request or a biospecimen request. For researchers interested in accessing just data from a study, they can submit a data request. For researchers interested in biospecimens, they will also obtain the study data associated with those specimens along with their request. So they only need to submit a biospecimen request, and there is not a need to submit both types of requests. On the right-hand side is a featured news section, which has not only our news postings, but also upcoming events, such as our NIDDK Data-Centric Data Challenge that is featured in tomorrow's workshop, where we will discuss the data challenge as well as provide a demonstration of our new analytics workbench. Moving down, on the left-hand side, there is a box for funding opportunity announcements. And to the right of that is a box showcasing the updates to the R4R resources, such as when a data or a study has been updated, or when a new study has been added to the central repository and is now available for request. At the bottom of the page is a primer for those new to the NIDDK CR R4R, which suggests starting at the Repository Resources tab to be able to explore the data and biospecimens available from the repository. We will begin with the Studies page, in which this is a page to be able to explore the different studies in the central repository and see what resources are available from them. If you happen to know the study name, you can use these facets on the left-hand side to be able to search quickly by typing in the study name and selecting the study of interest. You can also use these additional facets or filters to do different search criteria, such as topics or conditions. So for example, if you're interested in learning about diabetes studies, you can start to type in the search term and be able to select from the options below. Other facets or filters that may be of interest to help you find your resources are has image data to be able to see the 7 studies that have medical images available for request through the data request mechanism. Or perhaps you might want to start searching from what types of specimens the study collected. So for instance, if you're interested in 24-hour urine collection, there are 8 studies that had that collection, and they appear when you select it on the right-hand side. You can also quickly remove any search criteria by clicking on the Reset button to restore the table below to its default view. If you are interested in searching for any keywords that aren't available in the facets or the filters on the left-hand side, you can simply type them in the search box, such as exercise, if you're interested in finding studies that had elements of exercise, and then clicking on the blue search button. The table below will show the search term highlighted in yellow along with the search results. If you're interested in searching across the entire website, you can use the top search bar and type in the keyword of interest and click search. The search results here will show everything across the entire NIDDK Central Repository website for that search term. As you perform searches, you might want to download them and further explore them. You can do so by using this button at the bottom to export these results, which will yield a downloadable CSV file for you to further explore. You can also use these different numbers under the table to be able to quickly jump to a different page of search results in the table. If you see a study of interest that you'd like to learn more about, you simply click on the study name to be able to open up the study's overview page. The study overview page contains high-level information or metadata about the study in this top gray box, which has information such as the study's duration, links to clinicaltrials.gov, DOI, and citation information. Below that, on the left-hand side, is text containing the study's description, information about its objectives and criteria, as well as any study outcome. On the right-hand side of the overview page, you will see the different types of resources available for that study. For instance, this study has specimens and study datasets available for request. The specimens available from the study are serum and plasma, along with the study datasets. Below that is a box for the study documents, which contain publicly accessible study documents so that you can learn more about the study. The data dictionary file contains information about all the variables in all the data sets that are available for request in the data package. The DSIC, or Dataset Integrity Check, is a report generated by Central Repository staff, which replicates the results in a publication using the data received from the Data Coordinating Center, or DCC, to ensure that we have a true copy of the study data in the Central Repository. The forms, which are case report forms or data collection instruments, can be used to see how the data were collected during the conduct of the study. The protocol document provides information about how the study was designed, managed, and conducted, and provides insight for users to be able to meaningfully use and understand the resulting study data. I would also like to note that in addition to a protocol, sometimes studies have a manual of operations or a MOP, and that would also be featured here under study documents. Lastly, the roadmap document provides a listing of all the files, data sets, and documents that will be available in the request package to the data request. If you're interested in proceeding with requesting access to this study, you can simply click on the request button here, and your request page will have this study pre-selected. If you would like to begin a request from scratch, you can also start at the request bar on the top navigation, in which later in this session, Kylie will walk through the data request process and Shoshone will walk through the biospecimen request process. If you would like to begin your search from a biospecimen perspective, you can do so under the Repository Resources tab and go to the Materials Counts page. Similar to the Studies page, the Materials Counts page has facets or filters on the left-hand side for you to be able to select biospecimens of interest. The material type has high-level categories that can be further dropped down and explored, as well as a search mechanism where you can type in what it is you're looking for and be able to select it quickly there. Other facets are NIDDK research area, study, if you happen to know the study name, as well as topics or conditions such as diabetes to be able to quickly narrow down results. The resources availability facet shows the specimens readily available for request, as well as those that require collaboration with the parent study. If the study has this icon next to it, which corresponds to the node at the top, those indicate that the specimens, in order to get access to them, would require approval from the parent study first, before coming to the NIDDK Central Repository and submitting an ancillary biospecimen request. If you'd like to learn more about any of the studies in the table below, you can simply click on the study name to be able to open up its overview page. If you would like to quickly clear out any filters that you have selected, you can do so by clicking on the box next to the filter or by simply clicking on the Clear Filters button. As you narrow down your search for which specimens you would like to request, you can use this button to log in to start the availability inquiry. And when your biospecimen request form appears, it will have the table of results that you have pre-selected already populated in the first page of the request form. Other elements of the website that may be of interest are helpful information for requesters, as well as external links out to other resources. We also have an About R4R page where you can learn more about the central repository, quick links to our news page, frequently asked questions or FAQs, the sitemap, definitions or glossary of terms used in the repository, as well as a way to contact us. And now I'm going to turn it over to Kylie, who is going to demonstrate the data request process.
Okay, thanks, Elisa, for that overview of the website. So next we're going to walk through a demonstration of how to submit a data request. And for the purposes of our demo today, we're going to be using a test environment. So please note this test environment does not result in real access. If you'd like to follow along today, or when you're ready to submit a request, please navigate to repository.niddk.nih.gov. So Elisa showed us a few different ways to start a data request. For our demo today, we're going to start our request from the homepage. In the homepage, there is a Requests dropdown in this blue bar towards the top of your screen. When you click on the Requests dropdown, one of the options will be a data request. When you click on Data Request, you'll be redirected to this form where there are several different pages that we'll go through today. The first page is for general information. There are just a few fields on this page. We'll start by entering a nickname for our request. And then, since we started our request from the homepage, we'll need to select the study that we would like to request. When you click in the study box, a drop-down of the different studies with data packages available will appear. You can scroll through this list, or you can type the study that you'd like to request in and select the option. You can select multiple studies at once within the same request also if you'd like to use data from several studies to answer your research question. One additional thing I'd like to point out on this page is the Save button towards the bottom. If you click on the Save button, you'll be able to save your request so that you can come back and finish filling out the request form at a later date. Your saved requests will be available under your My Requests tab so that you can complete the request process later on. On the second page, we'll fill in information about our research team. So as the requester, your information will populate in the requester information section towards the top. This will use your email, your name, and other information from your repository profile. Next, we'll enter information about the principal investigator for the study. We consider the principal investigator to be the person who is overall responsible for the research project and responsible for oversight of the data and resources you obtain from the repository. So if you are the principal investigator for the study, you can check the Use My Information box and it will fill in your email address and name for you. If you are not the principal investigator and you're submitting this request on behalf of another principal investigator, you would enter in their email, their name, and their job title separately. For the purposes of our demo, let's say that I am the principal investigator. I'd like to use my institution email. I'll fill in my email, my name, and my job title or position. The next set of information is for other researchers under the PI. This section is for other team members who are at the same institution as the principal investigator and are also helping with the research project and will be accessing and analyzing the data. If you have these other researchers on your team, you would click on the blue Add Researcher box and then fill in their role in the team, their email, their name, and their job title or position. If you have multiple other researchers on your team, you could continue to click the Add Another Researcher button to fill out all of the members of your research team. And you can also delete the members if they're no longer needed. Next, we'll ask for information about the Authorized Organization Representative, or the AOR. This is someone from your institution who has the legal authority to sign contracts on behalf of your institution, as they will also need to sign the data use agreement. So this should be somebody who's different than the principal investigator, and is often somebody in your institution's Office of Sponsored Research or Contracting Office or equivalent. So here we'll fill in the AOR's email address, first and last name, and job title or position. The last section on this page is for independent collaborators. Independent collaborators are people that are working with you on your research project, but are employed by a different institution than the PI. If these collaborators are at a different institution, it will also play a significant role in the research project and have access to the data or resources, then we'll ask you to add their information in this separate independent collaborator section. The reason for this separate section is that we'll need to execute a secondary agreement with those additional institutions for the use of the resources. If you have independent collaborators on your team, you would click the blue Add Collaborator button to fill in their role in the team, their email, their name, their job title, and select their institution. And you would also provide the contact information for your collaborators' AOR, including their email, name, and job title. If you have multiple collaborators, you can continue to use the blue Add Another Collaborator button. Let's say in this example, I do not have any independent collaborators. The third page asks for information about your research project. So this gives you an opportunity to describe what you're planning to accomplish. A few tips for filling out this page. So Elisa showed us some of the study pages earlier. And on that page, there's a lot of information about the study, as well as other documentation like the data dictionary, the manual of operations, and other forms. We strongly encourage you to review that documentation, especially the data dictionary, before you start to fill out this research project information page. This is because the more specific you can be in your request and the more details you can provide, such as knowing which variables from the data package you plan to use from your analysis, the more useful it is for the reviewers who are considering your request. So we'll go ahead and enter in a title for the request. And then there are 4 main categories of information that we'll need to fill out about our research project. The first is the background of our research project. So we'll ask for information about the scientific premise of your research project, and also an explanation for how the data being requested will accomplish the aims of the proposed research project. I do want to point out that there are also examples for you to review once you're on this page, just to give you an idea of the kind of information we're looking for in each of these fields. I'm using an excerpt from these examples in today's demo. The next section is about your research objectives and design. So you'll enter information about your hypothesis, your research methodology, your analysis procedures, and also provide a justification for the use of the specific data for your research project. The third section gives you an opportunity to describe a detailed plan for data analysis. So first, it asks for a brief summary of your team's experience and expertise to perform the analysis. Then it asks for specifics on how the data will be held, managed, and processed, including how you plan to protect the data and prevent unauthorized access. Lastly, we'll ask for specifics on how the data generated will be managed and shared per NIH's data management and sharing policy, and also deposited back to the Central Repository at the discretion of NIDDK. There's another panel later in this workshop that will talk more about the data management and sharing policy, so I encourage you to check that out. For this box of the request form, we're looking for you to describe how you plan to share the results of your analysis, and also how you might share any analysis data sets that you create during the course of your research project, because those analysis data sets could be useful to future researchers as well. Then we'll ask for a research use statement. This is a brief summary of your research project in layman's terms so that the public can understand it. This short summary of your research project will also be featured in our list of approved requesters that's available on our website after your request is fulfilled. So this list of approved requesters is also a great resource to review to see what other researchers are using the data in the repository for. The last section on this page is about support information. While this is not required for a data request, if you have support for your study, you could select the support type and enter any applicable grant numbers. You can also add additional support types if you have funding from multiple sources. The fourth page of the data request form is about policy compliance and documentation. So first, we'll ask you to describe how you're going to keep the data safe. You can check one or multiple of the boxes about the information security practices that you'll be using. Then we'll also ask you to provide additional details and specifics about your information security practices. There's also a link here to our best practices for computer security and data control document. And I encourage you to review this document and ensure that the practices you plan to use in your research project align with these best practices. We also ask if you plan to combine the requested data from the NIDDK-CR with other data sources. This is because per the DUA, data from the NIDDK-CR may only be combined with outside data sources with specific approval. And note this also includes additional data you may have liked to obtain from a study's data coordinating center. That outside data would also need approval to be combined with any data from the NIDDK-CR. If you are incorporating outside data, when you select yes, this next box will appear that will ask you to describe what are those other data sources that you plan to combine, how do you plan to combine them, and how will you prevent re-identification when you're not pulling in additional data. For the purposes of our demo, let's say we will not be combining with other data sources. There's one piece of additional documentation that's required for data requests, and that's an IRB determination letter. So all requests for data through the NIDDK-CR require you to provide documentation that your research project has been reviewed by an IRB. Your institution's IRB will either provide an approval letter, exemption letter, or a not human subjects research determination letter. If you do not have an IRB, you must use an external IRB because this IRB step is required for all data requests, whether or not you plan to publish your findings. Once you've attached your IRB letter, you'll have a chance on the last page to review and then submit your request. Once your request is submitted, our support team will receive a notification that we've received a new data request. Let's move to a request that has been submitted. Once received, our support team will complete an initial review of your request. If we have any questions or concerns, we will reach out to you via the Comments tab of your request. When you write in this Comments tab, you will receive an email notification. You can also write back to our team here in the comments. So all of our communications about your request will take place here in the Comments tab. Once our initial review is complete and any concerns have been addressed, we will route your request to NIDDK staff scientist for review and approval. Each data request has at least 2 reviewers. The first will be a program officer for the study that you're requesting. And if you're requesting multiple studies, there may be multiple program officers reviewing your request. The final vote will be granted by an NIDDK Center Repository administrative staff member. Once your request is approved, we will route the data use agreement for the principal investigator, the AOR, and NIDDK to sign. Once the agreement is fully executed, we will provide you access to the data under the Resources tab. This Resources tab will have a link for you to download the data package. Your fully executed agreement is available under the Agreement tab. Once the agreements are executed and data access is provided, your request is considered fulfilled. Now, continuing on with discussing the data use agreement in a little bit more detail. First, please note that a new version of the data use agreement will take effect later this fall. Second, the data use agreement lays out some actions that take place after your request is fulfilled, and I'd like to touch on 2 of these today. First, the data use agreement describes the pre-publication review process. So anytime you have secondary outcomes, such as manuscripts or abstracts or presentations, we ask that you submit those to us for clearance before they're published. You can submit those materials to us via the Comments tab for our review. These materials must be submitted to us at least 30 days before submission for publication. This allows us to make sure they're aligned with the approved research uses, don't release any potentially identifiable information about the data, and also include the proper acknowledgements for the use of the resources. Another post-completion action is related to progress reporting. So one of the requirements of using data through the NIDDK-CR is that we expect you to submit an annual progress report about your research project. Integration of a new progress report feature directly into your request will be coming soon to the NIDDK-CR later this fall. With this new feature, there will be a progress report tab in your request for you to fill out the form with information about the current status of your research project and provide details about your research progress and accomplishments from the past year. There's also a module to let us know about published manuscripts or if you have unpublished works in progress. And as a reminder, these materials must be submitted to us for clearance via the comments tab. The progress report will also ask if you have any patents or data security incidents, and it will ask if you still require access to the resources. If you'd like to maintain your access to the resources and continue your project for the next year, you could indicate that here, or let us know if you're ready to close out your request and delete the data. So another new feature coming to the NIDDK-CR this fall is a new certificate of destruction letter, which will be used for your team to certify that you've deleted all NIDDK-CR data from your systems. Once you've finished your research project and deleted the data, your request is considered closed out. So that covers the life cycle of a request, from submitting a request for data through approval and downloading the data, and then finally putting together your manuscripts, deleting the data, and closing out your request. I'll now turn it over to Sashan, who will describe the process of obtaining biospecimens from the repository.
Thank you, Kylie. Hello, everyone. Today, I'll be going over the external biospecimen request process. Before we get started, I'll just like to remind you that this is indeed a test environment, and you should not attempt to submit any requests to this link. As Elisa previously stated, there are multiple ways to go about requesting biospecimens from the Central Repository website. Today, I'll be demoing how to do it from the request page, the home page, clicking on the request dropdown tab, and clicking on the biospecimen request button. Here, there are 3 different types of biospecimen requests: internal, ancillary, and availability inquiry. Internal and ancillary requests are for researchers who are affiliated with an active network or study, while availability inquiry are for researchers who are not affiliated with an active network or study, or for researchers who were previously affiliated with a network or study that is no longer active. For the purposes of today's demo, we'll be going over the availability inquiry, which marks phase 1 in a 2-phase process of requesting specimens from the biorepository. Here on the specimen selection page, you'll see that the facets on the left are similar to the material counts page that Elisa previously demoed, with the exception of the resource availability facet, which corresponds with ancillary requests. Today, we'll be demonstrating requesting specimens from Halsey. However, please note that you can request specimens from multiple studies. So for example, if you'd like to request specimens from Halsey and HALT PKD, you can go ahead and click on both. And here you will see the specimens from both studies listed for you to select from. Another feature allows you to check all specimen types for a particular study if you decide that you'd like to move forward with all specimen types by clicking on this checkbox in the blue ribbon right here. But today, for the purposes of our demo, we'll be proceeding with plasma from Halsey. So once you've selected your specimen types, you'll go ahead and select next. On the general page, it asks for 2 pieces of information: the request name and the request lineage. The request name is a nickname that you will provide for your own reference to your request. And the request lineage is an optional feature that allows you to link a previously submitted request with the same research plan to this current request. For the purposes of today's demonstration, we'll pretend that this is the first request we are submitting to the central repository. On the next page is the specimen information page. Here, you'll enter the volume or the other metric units for the different specimen types that you'd like to move forward with. Here for plasma, it asks for 3 different parameters: the target volume, minimum volume, and the number of vials. Minimum volume is the least sufficient amount that you need to move forward with your research plan, while target volume is the optimal amount that you need to move forward with your research plan. However, please note that the minimum volume and the target volume can be the same, and how we query your request is that we start with the target volume. However, if we don't have enough materials to fulfill your target volume, then we'll query your request at the minimum volume. And the amount that we'd like to move forward with here, we're going to put 100, and we'll click on next once we've finished the table. Here on the additional information and documentation page, we ask for criteria for biospecimens and criteria for participants. So in the first box, in the criteria for biospecimens box, we ask that you describe any additional requirements pertaining to the specimens that you'd like, such as anticoagulants, additives, preservatives, or if you'd like your specimens to be without any of those. And we also ask that you include visit information, as this is necessary for us to complete your impact report on a participant, or calculate your impact on a participant visit level. Here's an example of what we would input here for our example, our specimen request example. And then for criteria for participant, this is where you mention the characteristics of the participants for which you'd want specimens to come from. So this could include, but is not limited to, sex, age, disease status. We ask that you're specific as possible so that we can streamline your request. And here is an example of what we would enter here for our specific demo of plasma. This last section is the attachments for specimen information document section. And this is an optional component that allows you to upload any documents that you think are relevant to your specimen request. So typically researchers will attach here their participants' ID list if they've had previous access to the data. On this last page is the review and submit page that allows you to review once more to make sure that you've entered everything correctly. And once everything looks good, you can go ahead and submit. And then your request submission will look similar to this. Please note that here we've added tissue and DNA so that we can show you what that looks like in the specimen information table. So for DNA, it's a bit different from plasma in that we ask for 3 different parameters. We ask for mass, concentration, and volume. And the system will calculate the 3rd parameter as long as you know your first 2 parameters. So for example, if you know mass and concentration, the system will automatically calculate volume. And then here we've added that we'd also like to move forward with 100 specimens. And then tissue is different from DNA and plasma in that this is sent as an entire unit. So here for the liver tissue blocks, we would send this liver tissue block as an entire unit. And here again, we've added 100 specimens. And below in the additional information and documentation section is the example that we went over previously for criteria for biospecimens as well as criteria for participants. So once you've successfully submitted your request, we will then do an initial review and reach out to you via the comments tab, letting you know that we've received your request, and we'll begin to query it and reach out if we have any additional questions. If we do have additional questions right away, we'll go ahead and ask those questions in our initial correspondence back to you. So here in the comment section is where we'll communicate until we finalize your request criteria. And once we do finalize your request criteria, we will then generate an impact report and attach it in the impact report tab here. Under file name is where you'll find your impact report. And this is an impact report template that we'll go over shortly. Another feature of this impact report tab is the impact level, and this is just the general impact level for the impact report. Status is normally defaulted as in user review, letting you know that the impact report is in your court for you to take action. And lastly, the date uploaded. Now, there's 3 different actions you can take. If you've reviewed your impact report and everything is fine, you can go ahead and click on accept. And once you click on accept, the start request button will appear here for you to move on to phase 2 of the biospecimen request process. However, if you've reviewed your impact report and there's some changes you'd like to make, you can go ahead and click on this modify request button, and this modify impact report tab will come up for you to enter the updates you'd like to make. Click on update, and it will be relayed to us via this comments tab. Lastly, if you decide that you would no longer like to move forward with requesting specimens, you could go ahead and click on this reject button, and this will close out your request. Now let's take a look at the impact report. This is a sample template of what your impact report would look like. In the first section of the impact report, it will detail the description of your sample request, and the second half will detail the impact that your samples may have on the inventory. A key feature of the impact report is the impact report table, which has 4 different impact levels: modest, moderate, significant, and depleted. Specimens that fall under the modest impact are those that will result in a less than 10% reduction of the inventory on a participant visit level, and those above the modest impact will result in a 10% or more reduction of inventory on the participant visit level. And we do calculate impact using X, where X signifies the volume or mass or unit requested, depending on the specimen types you selected. Towards the end of the impact report is a description of the pathways you can take to access specimens depending on the impact of your specimens have. If the specimens you'd like to move forward with are modest impact, you'll be eligible for administrative review. However, if the specimens that you'd like to move forward with are above the modest impact level, you will be required to go through a peer review process. NIDDK has its own peer review process known as the XO1 mechanism, but you can also use other comparable peer review processes such as the RO1 mechanism. So if the specimens you'd like to move forward with are under the modest impact category, then you'll need 2 pieces of documentation, which is the IRB determination letter and your proof of funding. However, if your specimens fall in the above modest impact categories, then you'll need a 3rd piece of documentation known as the peer review access letter. Once you have your piece of documentation, you will then complete the access request form, which looks a lot like the data request form Kylie previously demoed, and then you'll attach the pieces of documentation and submit for review. Once the NIDDK Central Repository staff provides an initial review and feedback if needed, they'll then route your request to NIDDK officials for approval. Once we've gotten approval, you will then, your PI and your AOR, as well as any independent collaborators, will be asked to sign the agreement and for you to accept the cost estimate. Once that is completed, we will then begin to pull and process your specimens and ship them. Once your shipment has been confirmed received, we will then send out an invoice, and that will mark the end of the biospecimen request process. Here are some helpful links to our website, and now we'll turn it over to Dee for the question and answer segment of this presentation. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. That was very informative live demonstration. That we've been having a lot of Q&A in the chat, and Alyssa's been answering a lot of the questions. Is there anything? Okay, we do have one question showing up in the chat currently. Can biospecimens be requested without having to do the first segment i.e. proposals and IRB letters that you described previously?
Right. So I was trying to type that, but I figured this would probably be easier just to speak to it. If it's in external biospecimen request process, the ones that we were demonstrating today, you would have to go through the first segment, if you will, to generate your impact report to be able to understand what's available before proceeding to the access request part, which has requirements such as an IRB approval letter, as well as proof of funding. As Sean mentioned, if the impact is above modest, you would also need either a peer review letter and to be able to proceed with the request.
I don't see any other questions in the chat, but I do have a question. If I'm in the process of obtaining an R01 grant, do I also need to go through an X01 review process?
That's a good question. So no, if you have a funded score for a peer-reviewed project, such as the R01, you do not also need to go through the X01 review process.
Thank you. And how do I request access to resources if I do not have an IRB?
Good question. So all requests for resources require that IRB review of your research project. So if your institution does not have an IRB, then you'll need to use an external or a commercial IRB instead.
I have another question in the chat. How long does the process take from data request to receipt or from biospecimen request to receipt? If our plan is to use the repository data for R01, R21 application, does the data request need to be approved before the letter of support for grant application can be provided?
So the amount of time varies. Sorry, let me go back to the question. I lost it. Okay, there it is.
Oh, you got, okay.
Yeah, I had to switch to the answered window. So the amount of time varies from when you submit your request, as well as depending on the impact level, would require different next steps. If you already have an R01, you can come to the repository to get access to your impact report and have that as part of your R01 package. In terms of the data request process, that does not require any sort of R01 application. If you happen to have one, you can mention it, as Kylie said, in the support information. But the only requirement for a data request is to have your IRB approval when submitting that type of request.
I have one other question. I plan to use the external lab to analyze specimens. So should I list the lab contact as an independent collaborator?
So if you're using a fee-for-service lab to analyze the specimens, you do not need to list them as an independent collaborator. They're exempt from needing a secondary agreement.
Thank you. One other. Is there a way to check potential number of samples for grant planning purposes?
If you submit an availability inquiry, like Sashan walked through, then yes, we can help you identify the number of samples available.
One other question. For the biospecimen request, is the process different for an ancillary investigator, i.e. collaborator with the original study investigator?
The process, and specifically the form you fill out, is a little bit different. There is also a specific ancillary request type, an ancillary form available under the biospecimen request dropdown too. So you would submit an ancillary request instead.
Thank you. We have time for a couple more questions if anyone is entering anything into the Q&A chat. I'll give it a second just in case. Okay, so if I'm a student planning on using the NIDDK-CR data for my thesis, would I list myself as the PI?
So the PI must be an employee of the requesting institution rather than a student, since we'll need them to sign the data use agreement. So if you're a student interested in requesting resources, then we would recommend you list your mentor or your advisor as the PI instead.
Thank you. Any other questions? Here, we're getting a lot for a second here. The link to the recording will be on the NIDDK-CR website when it's available in about a month.
Elisa, you were actually answering quite a few questions as they came in during the demonstration. Are there any that you would bring forward that are worth mentioning now?
Sure. I think that some questions came in asking about the costs of specimens, and I provided in the answers a link to our cost page, the cost recovery page, so that you can see the different breakdown of costs by either the type of specimen or the procedures that would be done for those specimens.
Okay, it says, how were the costs determined?
So the costs depend on how many specimens that you are requesting and the types. So for instance, if you're requesting urine specimens at 0.5 milliliters and the biorepository has the amount of specimens you want at those 0.5 milliliters, then the cost for that specimen would just be a full cost at $2.91 per specimen. If there's aliquoting needed because there is more material than what it is you're requesting. So for example, let's say that the urine specimens are at 1 milliliter and you are requesting 0.5. That cost would then be a pull and aliquot cost at $4.80. Of course, if you're requesting DNA specimens, that cost changes per specimen. And there are also shipping costs that occur, which as a requester, you would provide the biorepository your FedEx number, for instance, for those shipping costs.
Thank you. Can a cost estimate be given before submitting a request?
Yes, so a part of the request process before we move to the biorepository actually pulling and working on your specimen request is a cost approval process where we will provide a cost estimate based on what we are seeing in the inventory and based on your request parameters of how much it would cost, and you would have to approve those costs before we proceed to the biorepository component.
One more question in the chat. Are tissue samples exclusively paraffin embedded, and or will it say in the study document details on the format of the tissue?
Right. So we have many different tissue types within the central repository. So I encourage requesters to review the study overview page, those study documents, which will describe in either the protocol or the MOP the different types of tissues that are available for that study. We have slides, blocks, as well as frozen tissue in cryovials. So there's a bunch of different types of tissue specimens that you would have to see in those documents if those are suitable for your research and what it is you're looking for.
Thank you. I did want to bring up a question that was answered in the chat, just so everyone can be aware of the answer. The question was, did I understand correctly that approved requesters are required to share back their analysis? Where can one find the completed analysis from the approved requesters? And are publications, patents, other outcomes also linked to the request publicly, or is it for the CR internal use? So the answer to that was yes, the expectation is that requesters will manage their analysis as if these were to be deposited back into the repository, although acceptance is at the discretion of NIDDK. And these analyses are shared publicly along with the originating data and resources. Any other questions in the chat? We have like 1 or 2 minutes left, if so. And if no one has a question now, but something comes up, I will put the support email in the chat, but you can still ask questions as the presentations are going on, and we can answer the questions in the Q&A chat. So with that, I will say thank you, ladies, again, and I will turn it back over to Sharon. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I think that was a great demo for those that have requested resources from the repository in the past, as well as those that may not have done that, but would be interested in the data or the biospecimens that we hold. And with that, I think we have a few minutes left, but we can take our break early. So we are on break for about 30 minutes, and we will resume at 12:45 p.m. Eastern Time. So I hope everyone enjoys their break and is back with us in about 30 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. It is time, and out of respect for everyone's time, we'll get started on time. So we ended the earlier session before break with a very nice overview of the repository website and a walkthrough of the data and the biospecimen request process for, those resources held under the guardianship of the DK repository. And so now it's very appropriate that in this next session, this lightning talk session, we actually have some investigators who have gone through that process and are now going to talk to us about the research that they've done utilizing those resources. So this is the first of our lightning talk sessions for the workshop. It's entitled Methods or Biomarker Discovery in Diabetes, Kidney, and Urologic Diseases, and it's being chaired by Dr. Lisa Spain. So Dr. Spain has been a program officer in the Division of Diabetes, Endocrine, and Metabolic Diseases at NIDDK for almost 20 years. Some of her duties include serving as the director of the Immunology of Type 1 Diabetes Research Program, project scientist for Type 1 Diabetes TrialNet, an international consortium for the conduct of clinical trials for the prevention and reversal of Type 1 diabetes, and the program director for K, mentored career development programs for the division. Dr. Spain is also a member of the repository's executive committee. And Lisa, I'm going to turn it over to you now to chair this session.
Great. Thanks so much, Sharon. And I'm so delighted to be here with all of you today. My role here is going to be the timekeeper. So I'm going to hold each of the speakers to 10 minutes and give them a 9-minute warning. I'll probably just raise my hand or something like that. If you're not done in 10 minutes, I'll speak up. So I'm going to start with an introduction. I'm going to read the introduction for each of the 4 speakers that we have today, and then they're just going to go right into their talk so that they can have the time that they need. And hopefully at the end, we'll have enough time, if everyone stays on time, to get some questions in for these speakers. So the first one I'll introduce today is Dr. Myra Lipis, and apologize me, Myra, if I'm mispronouncing your name again. But she is an associate professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School, an investigator in the research division at Joslin Diabetes Center in Boston, Massachusetts. Her research focuses on the role of autoimmunity in cardiovascular disease complications of type 1, an area which her laboratory has pioneered. And her approaches encompass basic mechanistic studies in mouse models, development of novel diagnostic assays, and deep phenotyping of patient subgroups, and hypothesis testing in T1D cohorts. She received her MD degree from McGill University Faculty of Medicine. Following her training in pediatrics, she was a medical staff at the NIH Inter-Institute Endocrinology Program at NICHD, and also a research associate in the cell biology and metabolism branch of NICHD Child Health. She obtained her training further in T1D immunology at Joslin Diabetes Center as a Mary K. Iacocca Fellow. She has received many numerous awards and honors, including Career Development Award from the ADA, the Charles H. Hood Foundation Child Health Research Award, and the Richard and Susan Smith Family Award for Excellence in Biomedical Research. In addition to Dr. Lipes, we have James Checco, PhD, who grew up in Minnesota and obtained his BA in Chemistry and Math from St. Olave's in Northfield, Minnesota. He received his PhD in chemistry from the University of Wisconsin-Madison in 2015. in Sam Gelman's lab, where his research focused on developing methods to inhibit protein-protein interactions using non-natural peptide foldmers. After completing the PhD, Dr. Checo was a Beckman Institute postdoctoral fellow at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign under the mentorship of Jonathan Sweedler, where he studied molecular functions of D-amino acid containing neuropeptides. Then he joined in 2019 the faculty in chemistry at University of Nebraska-Lincoln, where he lab studies the molecular details of cell-to-cell communication by endogenous peptides. The ultimate goals of this research are both to understand fundamental processes in cellular communication and to identify novel targets for therapeutic intervention. The Checo lab approaches problems using diverse interdisciplinary methods, including chemical peptide synthesis, mass spec-based analysis of complex mixtures, and cell-based signaling assays. The next speaker will be Dr. Miriam Voss, MD, MSPH, and she's a program director for the pediatric component of the Georgia Clinical and Translational Science Alliance, which supports clinical and translational research across Emory University and other Georgia universities and supports the Pediatric Research Unit at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. She started studying non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, NAFLD, 20 years ago, which was when it was rare in children, and it's now the most common liver disease in children across the world. Dr. Voss's research focuses on the clinical needs for NAFLD and on better understanding of the disease and what drives the severity of it. She is funded by an NIH R01, where she aims to understand what drives children to the onset of disease and whether they can prevent it. And then finally, we have Teresa K. Chen, MD, MHS. She is an assistant professor in the Division of Nephrology at the University of California, San Francisco, associate faculty member at the Kidney Health Research Collaborative, and staff physician at San Francisco VA Medical Center. She completed her internal medicine residency at Barnes-Jewish at WashU in St. Louis, her nephrology fellowship at Johns Hopkins, and a Master of Health Science and Clinical Epidemiology also at Johns Hopkins at the Bloomberg School. With support from a KO8 Hooray Mentored Clinical Scientist Development Award, Dr. Chen's research aims to better understand the role of inflammation in chronic kidney disease. So that's our introduction of these very illustrious speakers, and I look forward to some incredibly interesting talks. So take it away, Myra. And I think that should be the first slide deck.
Yeah, Lisa, we may have a little snag there because I don't know that Myra has joined us yet. So
okay, good. We can start with someone else.
So we're trying to track that down now, but can we go on to the next person up, which would be Dr. Checo?
No problem. Happy to jump in. Thanks, Dr. Spain, for that introduction. This is great. I'm very happy to be here and tell you a little bit about what my lab has done with the resources from the Central Repository. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about peptidomics analysis to look at urinary peptides in interstitial cystitis bladder pain syndrome. Can you move to the next slide? Okay, so interstitial cystitis bladder pain syndrome, or ICBPS, is a chronic syndrome characterized by pain in the lower pelvis. Not very much is known about kind of the origins of this disease, but there are a lot of symptoms that seem to be common for people who have ICBPS. Three very common symptoms are bladder pain, increased urinary urgency, and frequent urination. One thing that's interesting about these symptoms is that they overlap with many other bladder disorders. Other common symptoms include glomerulations on the bladder wall or Hunner's ulcers on the bladder wall. These are helpful for the diagnosis of ICBPS, but as you might imagine, are highly invasive. So when we look at these, 5 symptoms, 3 of them are common with others, and 2 are very highly invasive. And as a result of that, ICBPS is notoriously difficult to diagnose. Can you advance the slide? There we go. Looks like it's going. Okay, so there's a significant need for new biomarkers and to aid in the diagnosis of IC-BPS. In order to try to tackle this and kind of identify potential new biomarkers and to understand a little bit more about this disorder, my lab received human urine samples from NIDDK's multidisciplinary approach to the study of chronic pelvic pain, or MAP, research network. We're able to receive urine samples from the MAP research network just based on administrative review. And this was because we requested a very small volume that was not depleting any of the resources that they had. So that was very nice. Please advance to the next slide. All right. Well, in order to kind of study this, we are really interested in identifying biomarkers. My lab has a particular interest in peptides, which are small proteins. And two observations that we noticed when looking through the literature. One is that there was a peptide biomarker that has already been proposed as a potential diagnostic agent for IC-BPS. This peptide is called APF, or anti-proliferative factor peptide. So this has been posed. It's in the literature, but other peptides, other small peptides, have not been explored at all. Second, we noticed that, one of the characteristics of IC-BPS is chronic inflammation and increased protease activity in the bladder wall. And so because of this, there we go. Does that work? Sorry about that, everyone. Some weird problem. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that mix-up. My Zoom crashed, but now I am back. Okay, so if you could advance the slide, please, to the next thing. All right, great. So as hopefully you heard that APF peptide appears to be a biomarker, and chronic inflammation and increased protease activity are associated with this disorder. So we had a hypothesis that perhaps small peptides, that would be products from natural proteolysis of proteins in the bladder wall, might be useful as biomarkers for IC-BPS, and they may be present in the urine then as potential easy candidates. So our goals then were twofold. One, we wanted to do a peptidomics method to look at urinary peptides in urine, both from IC-BPS patients and control patients. And then second, we wanted to look specifically at this APF peptide to see if it really would be a good biomarker for this disorder. Please advance the slide. Okay, so the first goal, we wanted to look at the peptides. To look at these peptides in a non-targeted method, we used an approach called peptidomics. This uses liquid chromatography mass spectrometry-based methods to identify and quantify the peptides that are present in our samples. So we took 100 microliters of patient urine. We enriched the peptides from this urine using a variety of extraction approaches, and then we injected these samples onto LC-MS. We detected over 1,000 peptides from over 150 different proteins using this analysis. But after going through all of our analysis, we noticed a couple of interesting features. One, if you look at the right-hand plot, this is a volcano plot showing peptide abundance, fold change of peptides on the horizontal axis, and p-value for significance on the vertical axis. You can see that our significant peptides are all on the right-hand side of the plot. This is indicating that we detected a number of peptides that were significantly increased in the IC-BPS patients relative to the control patients. This was an interesting observation. It's consistent with our hypothesis that increased proteolysis would lead to higher concentrations of peptides, and sure enough, we do see this. We could look at some specific peptides in that plot and develop potential putative biomarkers for this disorder based on peptides. Please move forward. The second thing that we were interested in is we were interested in looking specifically at this APF peptide. This is a peptide that's been proposed to be a biomarker in the literature, but hasn't really been followed up on by too many groups. So we did a targeted analysis to look specifically for this peptide in the urine from both the IC-BPS samples and the healthy control samples. You can see the results of this analysis on the right-hand plot. And what's really interesting about this analysis is although the APF peptide sure is increased, the mean is increased in IC-BPS patients relative to control, there were a number of IC-BPS patients that had no detectable levels of the APF peptide. We did not detect the APF peptide in 23 out of 43 of our samples. Well, we did detect in 13 out of 41 control samples. And so while it may be that this peptide is of marginally higher abundance in IC-BPS patient urine, the fact that it is not found consistently and the fact that it is found in control patients at relatively similar levels suggests that this peptide may not actually be as great of a biomarker as previously thought for this disorder. Please move forward. All right, so in conclusion, we were able to use this peptidomics to look at peptides in IC-BPS. We found a general increase, and we were able to identify specific peptides that could act as putative biomarkers for the future. And then we looked specifically at this APF peptide and found that although it is present in patient urine, it's really inconsistently found, probably limiting its utility as a biomarker. Let's move forward. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about how the resources from the Central Repository have helped me. As mentioned in the introduction, I began as an assistant professor in 2019. I saw a call for a Ferring Innovation Grant. Ferring Pharmaceuticals is a company that is interested in urological diseases, and I developed the proposal to study peptides in IC-BPS based on this grant. I was awarded this grant in 2019. This was my lab's first funding. And then that resulted in my lab's first publication in 2022. So access to the Central Repository samples were integral for getting my lab's research off the ground in its early stages. Please move forward. So helpful hints that I would give for people that are interested in accessing the Central Repository resources. One, to ask for the minimum amount of the sample that you can really use for your study. It was really helpful for us to go through the administrative review process rather than having to submit a proposal. That allowed us to get the research going really rapidly and very easily. And then second, I had a really, really good experience interacting with the Central Repository personnel. I didn't know anything about how to get biospecimens or anything related to this process, and they were all really helpful in helping with that process. So with that, if you move to the last slide, I'd just like to acknowledge my laboratory, collaborators, and of course, NIDDK and NIH for allowing me to do this research. Thank you.
And thank you, Dr. Checo. That was awesome. We stayed right on time. And I believe we now have Myra on the line so she can pick up the next talk. And just to remind you, I'm going to be keeping time, and I will raise my hand at the 9-minute point, and so you'll have 1 more minute after that. So go ahead. Thank you so much.
Okay, so first I'd like to thank the organizers of this workshop for inviting me to present today, and I'm going to tell you about how the use of the NIDDK repository resource really uncovered a new pathway for cardiovascular disease complications in type 1 diabetes. Okay. So let's see. Start my video. Okay, so I can't seem to add that. Okay, great. An overview of the project is I use the NIDDK DCCTE to cohort study. We used serum, genomic DNA, clinical data sets. And the type of work I'll present you is mechanistic and pathogenic processes. And the access pathway was through my first grant was really with cardiac antibodies as biomarkers of heart disease in type 1 diabetes. I'd like to highlight some studies that really opened up a new area of investigation, but also highlight the remarkable capabilities of the NIDDK Central Repository. So the first question is, really what led to these studies? Original goal, we wanted to create, it started with mouse studies, a humanized transgenic model of type 1. So we put the most important genetic susceptibility gene, engineered it into some mice. And this gene, HLA-DQ8, is postulated to direct autoimmune attack to pancreatic beta cells. And we anticipated, and this little insert shows you a crystal structure of DQ8 with an insulin peptide. So the anticipated phenotype was autoimmune diabetes. And unexpectedly, these mice died prematurely from heart failure. And here is just mice, only difference is DQ8, with dilated heart, and mouse heart failure from autoimmune myocarditis. And then we noticed that when the regular NOD mice then develop myocarditis, and experimental myocardial infarction induced cardiac autoimmunity in NOD mice. And these are these assays just showing you the development of antibodies. This is pre-MI and after myocardial infarction. These black bands represent autoantibodies in a Western blot of the heart lysase probe with NOD serum. We did some control mice that are not autoimmune prone, and there were no infiltrates, no antibodies. And here's just a histology that had no autoimmunity. You have normal infarct, this is what it looks like. And whereas the NOD had pronounced infarct expansion with the development of T cells, these immunohistochemistry showing T cell subsets here and B cells. And of course, nothing in the Black 6 heart. What was really striking was that we saw similar infiltrates in the infarct, expanded these infiltrates here in the heart, and in insulitis lesions in the pancreas. It was in the exact same mice. And this was coined by late George Eisenbarth, who wrote an editorial on this. Autoimmune diabetes inflames the heart. Couldn't have said it better. So we created a panel of assays to examine for antibody detection in humans. It was really based on the fluid phase radio binding assay format, which is really the gold standard platform for measuring islets in type 1. And we used, briefly, I'll be talking about these antibodies. We measured 5 different heart muscle antibodies, 3 that were related to myosin-6 that we previously found was a primary initiating autoantigen, myocarditis in these DQ8 mice. And then we used myosin-7 and cardiac troponin. And we then discovered a high prevalence of cardiac antibodies in ischemic heart disease patients with type 1, but not in those with type 2 diabetes. So we came across a very surprising finding then, which we found cardiac antibody positive in young adults with type 1 and poor glycemic control, but not known to have cardiovascular disease. And here, this is a panel of 2 different antibodies, cardiac antibodies. And what you can see is an increasing trend for levels of antibodies. Perhaps more strikingly was that some of the patients were positive for 2 different autoantibody types. But these trends with increasing antibody levels sort of seem to mirror, this is a study in the Swedish diabetes registry studies of 21,000 patients with type 1 diabetes were followed for heart failure, and there's a stepwise increase in heart failure with increasing A1C levels. And glycemic control, the same group subsequently did a study looking at excess mortality in type 1 diabetes, most of which is from cardiovascular disease, 8 to 10-fold times as high as the general population with patients with very poor glycemic control. And studies subsequently from the DCCT EDIC group showed that in people with type 1 diabetes, only 50% of the effect of hyperglycemia on the risk of CVD in this study is explained by traditional risk factors. So the question became a broad question: could cardiac autoimmunity be a missing link between poor glycemic control and poor outcomes of type 1 diabetes? So how best to define this association between glycemic control and cardiac autoimmunity in type 1? And this is a specific aim of really a grant where I proposed to study the DCCT cohort. Why would that be done? This is a study published decades ago by the DCCT group. These 2 treatment groups had markedly different levels of A1C during DCCT. Secondly, the primary prevention cohort was relatively healthy, young, with a short duration of diabetes, only 2.5 years, devoid of diabetes complications. And really importantly, was the availability of longitudinal serum samples from the DCCT and really rich clinical data sets with a 30-year follow-up with NIDDK-funded. So let's advance this. Okay, and this is a study design where we started off with 726 patients, And we did a case control, and the major point of the study is designed to look in the conventional group with mean A1C greater than 9% during DCCT. And these were matched for patients with less than 7% during the DCCT. And we ended up with 83 cases and 83 controls that were matched. And I have to thank the NIDDK-CR staff were fantastic in leading me through these studies. Caveat for people just to contact the repository staff as early as possible to assess sample availability. Apart from A1C levels, two groups had similar CVD risk factors at the beginning, at the end of the DCCT. So these were perfectly matched subjects. You could swiftly study this effect of A1C. And the first striking finding was the marked difference in prevalence in antibodies in the two A1C groups, with 46%, 22%, 11% in the people with a high A1C, the participants with a high A1C, having more than 1, 2, and 3 antibodies. Contrasting with the less than A1C group had just 2% and 1%, with no patients having 3 or more autoantibodies. This actually turns out to be very similar to people with a heart condition called Chagas cardiomyopathy. The profiles were very, very similar in these two groups. And in fact, we also found no relationship between glycemic control and patients with type 2 diabetes. The DCCT, perhaps very remarkably, with the highest titers and numbers of antibodies, developed CVD events decades later. And this is showing in the inset, where this subject here, these had double antibodies, and 26 years later. Very interesting, the single fatal event occurred in only subject to test positive for all 5 carrier antibodies. So now we ask how this could be linked to increased risk of cardiovascular disease. And so we look at this in terms of, there was a data set on high sensitivity CRP levels, which is a predictor of future cardiovascular events and a marker of systemic inflammation. There were no difference in the high sensitivity CRP levels in two groups, but when we looked at identified positivity for 2 antibodies identified participants with markedly elevated CRP levels. And that suggests here 4-fold elevated that subclinical inflammation may link cardiac antibodies to future CVD risk. So this is just a proposed scheme of these findings, where basic work from the lab identified that there's a paired tolerance, and blood would be enriched in T cells specific for cardiac myosin. There's chronic cardiac hyperglycemia, both with patients with type 1 and type 2, with poor glycemic control, setting that. But in people with type 1 and poor glycemic control, there's a dysregulated, overreactive adaptive immune response to myocardial injury, with expansion of CD4 T cells that really, we postulate drive this increased pro-inflammatory load in the vasculature. And then there's positivity for multiple antibodies. This is a marker, and for accelerated atherosclerosis and increased risk of CVD. So just the impact of this NIDDK-CR-based studies featured several editorials, commentaries, generated large interest, and then also stimulated other projects and further scientific discoveries, an R01 grant to actually study the mechanisms underlying the association with antibodies and increased cardiovascular disease. And more recently, a JDRF studies that's just started to really validate the use of cardiac antibodies for risk stratification, also therapeutic targeting. This has been done with a very large Scottish Diabetes National Research Network bioresource that has over 600 events, subsequent first events, and about 6,000 patients, a quarter of the Scottish population, with Helen Cahoon, and also with collaboration with Janet Snell-Bergeon, the cacti cohort. And that's my final slide.
Great, thank you so much. That's great, and we'll take questions at the end of the entire session, but I think now we need to move on to Dr. Voss.
Thank you, and thank you so much for the invitation to speak today and to see the other exciting projects spawning from this important sample and data collection. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my work related to this, and I titled it New Diagnostics for Masled in Children. Next slide. And I'm going to show my disclosures here. And you can go to the next slide. So you might be wondering, what is masled? You may not have heard that term, and this is actually the new name for what used to be called NAFLD, which I think hopefully most of you are familiar with. It's commonly called non-alcoholic or called fatty liver disease, but its name was non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. I've been calling it that for 20 years. So if I mistakenly say the wrong term, please forgive me. I'm still getting used to it. But I think this new name is very exciting and appropriate. And it's the metabolic dysfunction associated steatotic liver disease. And if you click forward one, you'll see the arrow here. And this is really what steatotic liver disease is. It's increased deposition of lipid in the liver. And it can progress all the way to cirrhosis, as I'll show you. Next slide. So this new nomenclature, if you click again, is, I think, very important. And it was to better identify this condition that has risen from being relatively unknown to being recognized as the most common chronic liver disease in the world. Next slide. The spectrum of masled in children spans really the whole range, just like it does in adults. And you can see on this slide on the left-hand side, a picture of a steatotic liver with just increased lipid. And this is about 25% of children with masled. In the center is what's called metabolic dysfunction associated steatohepatitis, or MASH. And that's the steatosis plus inflammation and fibrosis, as well as some dying hepatocytes, which is hepatocyte ballooning. And that can progress even in childhood to cirrhosis. I have 1 to 2% here, which is the number that was reported in 2 of the main cohorts looking at this disease in children longitudinally. Next slide. Masled is very common, just like the adult data showing 25 to 30% of people in the world have this. It's in a significant number of children. These are figures across the regions of the world in all comers, so not just obese children. Click forward, please. And next slide. Here are prevalence rates in children who are obese, and these are by ultrasound or ALT. So you can see no region is spared. Please continue. You can go to the next one. Okay. So why does this matter? You know, some fat in the liver, is this important? Well, it's strongly associated with hypertension, dysglycemia, dyslipidemia, hyperglycemia, and it's in adults, it leads to early cardiovascular disease. In obese adolescents, it may be a specific risk factor for early onset type 2 diabetes. 3 to 6% of adolescents with masled develop type 2 diabetes annually. So this may be the strongest risk factor for type 2 diabetes starting below the age of 18. There are few studies that track from childhood into adulthood. So that is one of our big gaps in knowledge, is what happens to masled after age 18. But there is a rising rate of liver transplant in young adults and people in their 20s and 30s. And that suggests that the onset of masled in adolescence is leading to increased need for liver transplants. One of the things that would help us understand better who has it, what it causes, is if we could identify the masled earlier, and particularly in other cohorts, such as type 2 diabetes cohorts or cardiovascular disease longitudinal cohorts. Next slide. So the biggest problem with this condition right now is the difficulty of diagnosing it or even screening effectively for it. It's very common, meaning that there's a big need for this, and it has these important risks or outcomes, but there's no single test for it. There's not one blood test that you can send, like an A1C for diabetes. The diagnosis requires a whole slew of steps and procedures. First, labs have to be sent to rule out other liver diseases that may or may not be common in the population or may be present in the patient who's being evaluated. So hepatitis C, Wilson's, alpha-1, autoimmune disease, liver disease, these can all present very similarly. Imaging is required in this current day in order to see if there's steatosis in the liver. Ultrasounds and MRIs are inconvenient and have to be scheduled, and they're expensive. And then lastly, in order to diagnose MASH, the condition that leads to progression and cirrhosis, a liver biopsy is required for that currently, which again, risky, expensive, inconvenient for families. Next slide. So we set out to work on tackling this maybe 5 years ago now. And this was one of our first papers. Actually, I think this was the second we published, trying to look at metabolites that would be accurate for identifying or predicting what's now called MASLD. And this publication, if you go to the next slide, identified a panel of metabolites that were very specific and sensitive for MASLD. And it was interesting at the time because it was more amino acids and less lipids than I expected. But this has become very highly reproducible. So I think this was exciting at the time, and it was published in Hepatology Communications in 2019. Next slide. Here's the ROC curve for that panel, and you can see it's a 0.94, which is very good. It's a sensitivity of 73% and a specificity of 97%, meaning that it could exclude those other liver conditions very accurately. And so we were very excited about this, and we did some internal validation in this same cohort. But the most important next step when developing a diagnostic tool is to externally validate it in a new set or a different cohort, new set of samples or a different cohort. Next slide, please. So that's when we turned to the resources of the NIDDK biorepository. And as you've heard, they're very high quality data and samples. Next slide. The NASH CRN, or Clinical Research Network, has a number of very highly phenotyped cohorts. And I do think it's a little bit interesting because I am a site PI for one of the clinical centers in the NASH CRN, but yet I turned to the NIDDK repository for the samples for this particular study. And the reason is because, well, we have ancillary studies and that we can do using samples from the current studies. Past studies, closed studies from the NASH CRN are deposited into the repository. And so it was actually easier to access them through this process. And as you'll see, I used a mechanism that also came with funding, which was an attractive option. If you'll click forward. So the clinical centers in this very well organized network consent to participate. It's a longitudinal data collection. It's very rich, so very deep phenotyping of the participants, and samples are collected at baseline. After study completion, the samples are deposited into the NIDDK repository. Next slide. So one of the mechanisms at that time for me to get the samples was the EXO one, but there was another option at the time, if you click forward, which was this RO1. So, and this came with access to the samples and funding. And so this was the right option for me. And we applied and got this opportunity. Next slide. Unfortunately, just FYI, it's expired right now. So you can't use that one anymore. I wanted to mention that. So we used the samples. We got 105 from the tonic trial, 25 from the pediatric database study. These were different cohorts. And then we used some of our own healthy control cohorts, did metabolomics on this, had the deep clinical phenotyping data, and were able to validate that previous panel. The manuscript is currently in press at Hepatology Communications. And so I'm not going to show you a lot of the data, since that will be coming out in a presentation at the liver meeting and then also in the manuscript. I do want to highlight Helena Haniel, who's the PhD candidate who did the majority of the work on this analysis. And her picture's in the corner there. Next slide. This was the metabolomics workflow. In the interest of time, I'll skip to the next slide, which is this is one example of some of the ROC curves. This is a slightly different combination of metabolites from the final that made it in the paper. But you can see again, the ROC curve is very high. So we do think that these metabolomic based panels have potential to be undergo further development for becoming a diagnostic test. I think that's my last slide. I just called your attention to the many collaborators and my team members. My current team is on the far right there, who make all of this work possible.
Great, that was awesome. Thank you again. Thank you so much, Dr. Voss. Really great to see that these samples are getting out there and getting used so effectively. And again, we'll take more questions at the end of the next talk, which is our last talk, which is Dr. Chen. So take it away, Dr. Chen.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation to speak today. And so over the next 10 minutes, I hope to share with you some of my experiences of working with resources from the NIDDK Central Repository, as well as the impact that they have had on my growth as an early stage investigator. Next slide, please. So just a brief overview, my research is focused on better understanding the role of inflammation in chronic kidney disease progression. And through the EXO-1 grant mechanism, I was able to obtain stored serum samples from the African American Study of Kidney Disease and Hypertension, or ASK. For those of you who might not be familiar with ASK, it was a 3x2 factorial trial in which African American adults with hypertension and chronic kidney disease were recruited and randomized to one of 3 blood pressure medications and one of 2 blood pressure goals. And participants were followed for up to 12 years for kidney-related outcomes, including end-stage kidney disease. And as part of the trial design, both blood and urine specimens were collected at each visit and are currently housed at the NIDDK Central Repository. Next slide, please. So the research questions that I aimed to answer were, are biomarkers of immune activation associated with development of end-stage kidney disease among African American adults with CKD attributed to hypertension? Do treatment effects on biomarkers of immune activation reflect the treatment effects that were observed in clinical trials of CKD? And what are the metabolomic predictors of biomarkers of immune activation? If you can click, please. And so for today's talk, I'm going to focus on the first 2 questions, which I've completed thus far. Next slide, please. So first, I wanted to investigate whether baseline biomarkers of immune activation were associated with risk of ESKD. Our study population included 500 ASK trial participants who had available stored serum samples from the baseline visit. In order to be included in ASK, participants had to have a baseline GFR between 20 to 65, and they could not have a history of diabetes or significant proteinuria. Our exposures of interest were biomarker levels at the baseline or 0-month visit. And more specifically, we measured the soluble TNF receptors 1 and 2, TNF-alpha, interferon gamma, and IL-6, IL-8, and IL-10 using the Mesoscale Discovery platform. Our outcomes of interest were primarily end-stage kidney disease, and this was defined as the initiation of chronic dialysis or kidney transplantation. Over a median follow-up of 8.5 years, there were 161 events. And what we found was that for every 2-fold higher baseline level of TNF receptor 1, TNF receptor 2, TNF-alpha, and IL-10, there was a 1.3 to 3.7-fold higher risk of developing ESKD. If you can click, please. So based on these results, we focused in on our 2 strongest biomarkers, which were the soluble TNF receptors. Next slide. Next, we sought to determine whether changes in TNF receptor 1 and 2 were also associated with risk of kidney disease progression. So for these analyses, our study population dropped to 418 ASK trial participants who had available stored serum samples from not just the baseline visit, but also the 12 and or 24-month visits. And then our exposures of interest were now biomarker slopes from baseline to 24 months, and our outcome of interest remained the same. And we found that greater increases in TNF receptor 1 and 2 slopes were each associated with increased risk of developing ESKD. And this was independent of baseline biomarker level as well as baseline kidney function. Click, please. We then wanted to replicate our findings in a second cohort and therefore collaborated with the CKD Biomarkers Consortium. So this second cohort was the Veterans Affairs Nephropathy and Diabetes, or VA Nephron-D, and they had already measured TNF receptor 1 and 2. The study population was very different compared with ASK, and more specifically, they had recruited veterans with type 2 diabetes and albuminuric CKD. And similarly, we found that greater increases in TNF receptor 1 and 2 from baseline to 12 months were also associated with increased risk of kidney function decline. Next slide. Finally, we evaluated whether the randomized treatment groups had any effect on our biomarker levels. So in ASK, participants were randomized to one of 3 blood pressure medications, either ramipril, metoprolol, or amlodipine, and one of 2 blood pressure goals, either intensive or standard. And one of the significant findings of ASK was that amlodipine was worse compared with ramipril when it came to risk reduction for end-stage kidney disease. And in our analyses, we also found that participants who were randomized to amlodipine had a greater increase in TNF receptor 1 slope compared to those randomized to ramipril, though our effect size was quite small. Click, please. And then in VA Nephron-D, the intervention was combination therapy with losartan plus lisinopril versus losartan alone. And the original trial found no difference in risk between the 2 groups for the outcome of kidney function decline. And we also found that the randomized treatment groups had no effect on TNF receptor 1 or 2 change. Next slide. So to just quickly summarize my research findings, higher baseline levels of TNF receptor 1 and 2, TNF alpha, and IL-10 were associated with increased risks of ESKD. Longitudinal increases in TNF receptor 1 and 2 were associated with increased risk of adverse kidney outcomes, and this was independent of baseline biomarker level and kidney function, and we demonstrated this in both the ASK and VA Nephron-D cohorts. And compared with ramipril, amlodipine was associated with greater increases in TNF receptor 1, though the effect size was small. Next slide. So with the remaining time, I wanted to provide a little bit more detail about my scientific career journey and the impact that the Central Repository has had on it. So back in June of 2017, I submitted my first KO8 application. Click, please. And then 4 months later, I submitted the XO1 application. Click. Then a month later, I received the summary statement for my KO8. And one of the biggest criticisms was that I had not demonstrated that I had secured access to the specimens that I was proposing to use for my project. Click. And then in February of 2018, I received a letter from the XO1 committee letting me know that my request had been approved. And this came at the perfect time, click, because a month later, I submitted my resubmission for the KO8, and I was able to include this updated information, which I think greatly strengthened my resubmission. But then I was stuck in this holding period where I had approval from the XO1 committee, but I didn't have any funding to actually process the samples. And so I couldn't receive the samples. And so I had to apply for a mini grant to help support covering the cost of biomarker measurements. And this was this O'Brien pilot and feasibility grant. Click. Which I fortunately received. And then I was able to start the process of getting approvals for the sample use agreements between the NIDDK Central Repository and my institution. And that occurred in January of 2019. And then 2 months after that, I got the NOA for my KO8, and then click. And then 6 months after that, I finally received the samples. So in total, it took about 2 years from submitting the XO1 to actually receiving the samples. But the other takeaway message that I want you to get from this slide is just that none of my work would have been possible without having even received the samples in the first place. I'm just really grateful to the NIDDK Central Repository for this opportunity. Next slide. And then just to end with a few helpful hints that I've learned along the way. The first is that the NIDDK Central Repository portal is your friend. So it's really easy to create a user login. And once you're in the portal, you can inquire about sample availability. You can also correspond with the NIDDK Central Repository staff, and then you can upload any necessary forms, progress reports, or manuscripts for their review. Secondly, the entire process takes time, so plan accordingly. If I could do everything over again, I probably would have applied for the XO1 grant first before applying for the K08. But on the flip side, you also need funding in order to actually receive the samples. So I think this can be a particular conundrum for early stage investigators who might not otherwise have funding. And then don't forget to include the cost of pulling and shipping the samples in your proposed budget. And then last but not least, if you ever have any questions or are unsure about the process, don't be afraid to ask for guidance. Throughout all of this, I've found the Central Repository staff as well as my program official to be incredibly supportive, approachable, and just very, very helpful. So don't be afraid to ask. Next slide. And then just to acknowledge my K08 mentors, Morgan Grams at NYU, Michelle Estrella at UCSF, and Larry Apple at Johns Hopkins, as well as my collaborators at Hopkins, NYU, and Mount Sinai for this project. And then obviously my funding and support, the Central Repository, the CKD Biomarkers Consortium, and then the NIDDK. And that's it.
Wow. That's excellent. So thank you. Thank all of the speakers. This is really a great job. So round of applause for all of you virtually here today. It's been a great series of presentations. And so I guess now we move into the questions. And so far, I don't see any questions in the chat, but if anyone would like to do that, that's correct, right, Sharon? This is time for some questions.
That's correct, Lisa. We have just short of 15 minutes, I think so.
Okay, so we have a good amount of time. I'm just seeing the slide that may be for the next.
No, I think, yeah, we can go back to the session slide.
Okay. In the meantime, I actually would kick things off if those of you who are listening, want to get your questions into the chat. The one question that I have, so I'm a program officer, and one of my tasks is I'm project scientist for Type 1 Diabetes TrialNet. So we're a clinical trial consortium, and we design and implement and analyze clinical trials for the prevention of progression of Type 1 diabetes. And as part of this, we collect a lot of samples, and these samples do end up in the NIDDK repository. And I'm always very mindful, and the study group is always very mindful about that process. And we certainly, when we design the trial, there's plans for those samples because we want to understand how the trial is going, the progression of the participants in their progression of their pre-symptomatic disease, and also mindful of the fact that there could be other great ideas for new biomarkers that are going to coming down the pike. And so are we collecting the proper samples in the right way? What about volumes, et cetera? So if each of you could think about that and maybe provide like a top 1 or 2 suggestion for clinical trialists or clinical studies operations people to take home and think about as they're collecting samples in the first place. So for example, are we collecting our plasma correctly for proteomics or metabolomics, or our PBMCs, et cetera, et cetera? Let us know if you have any suggestions. So go ahead, Dr. Chen.
So a couple of thoughts. One would be, sorry, let me lower my hand. One would be maybe trying to collect more samples from the baseline visit, because I feel like those tend to be depleted. A lot of people request the baseline visits, and so those become depleted. And I guess as another helpful hint, if you're doing a project that you can use a later visit, there might be more sample availability for that. And then I think the other one is just maybe aliquoting, like once you collect the sample, having several aliquots so that you're not having to undergo as many freeze-thaw cycles.
Terrific suggestions. And thank you so much. Anyone else with some suggestions?
I actually think that, and this is not for future studies, but one important aspect is how samples are collected. So plasma over the decades, there's first some like antiquated methods of collecting samples, like using preservatives. I think that's actually, and we had Lisa, Rebecca, and myself went through an unexpected twist in some of our studies with aprotein, something from many years past, was actually even used in patients at one point. So this can affect the samples quality for doing antibody, also proteomics. So I think that would be really helpful to have like exactly how samples are processed.
Yeah, so more of those details, captured so that they're well known up front before people try to utilize the samples. Okay, I got that. Anyone else have some comments there?
I'd agree with Teresa. I think baseline is always a time where you are really, there's a lot of need, and so the samples become depleted quickly. I think smaller sample sizes have some opportunities, but I also know you have to balance that against space, because every time you subdivide it more, your number of aliquots in the space in the freezers just become exponentially more challenging. So
yeah, that's true, and it's more expensive too to get it into a lot of different tubes. You have to hire staff to go ahead and do that. One of the things in type 1 diabetes TrialNet that we're thinking about doing is urinary collections for urinary C-peptides. So Dr. Checco, I believe you used urine samples. Any insight there in terms of that? I mean, should we hang on to those? Do you think that's going to be useful down the road for other sorts of biomarkers? Is there a resource there in urine that we've haven't tapped just in general?
Yeah, probably. I think, one thing that's interesting about a lot of metabolomics and other sorts of omicsy studies is, by definition, they're not going to be able to detect everything. Every study that you do is going to be focused on some type of molecule, and the thing that I talked about, I was looking at small peptides, but as a result, I was totally ignoring, all sorts of small molecules and other things that are in there. And so, right, if you're collecting urine just to look at one specific thing, someone else that has some technique that can detect some other molecule of interest, would totally be interested in looking at that to look for whatever their method can analyze, provided that the molecules stay stable in the sample for that period of time.
Yeah, that's a good advice for us as well as NIH to think about how we can stimulate research using in collaborative teams to get the full use out of the samples that we've saved so carefully. Okay, so any advice that you would have for would-be requesters? And I have personally advised Myra quite a bit in her saga and journey to get access and continued accessing. And so the question that I have is, if for each of you, something important for would-be requesters to keep in mind as they go through the initial stages.
I have a recommendation. I didn't actually should have showed it, but in the interest of time, I didn't show. I started with a data analysis, and the data is a lot more straightforward and faster to get access to. And it taught me a lot about using and collaborating with the repository. And so I found that very useful. And then I moved on next to applying for, samples.
Okay, that's great advice. And that is the advice I always give people who contact me for my mission area. I say, have you looked at the data? Look at the data first, figure out what's there and what's not there too. It's very important because sometimes people ask for things that we don't have. A question from an anonymous attendee is, tissue is commonly snap frozen, which works for RNA and DNA isolation. Another option provides more option. We use cryopreservative, so upon thaw, living cells can be obtained. And certainly for PBMC, it is all about keeping them alive so that they can be regrown once they're thawed. And I don't know about tissue, but maybe some of our panelists can weigh in on that question. I don't think we had anyone who used tissue, but it's a very good comment and it's something we'll keep in mind. Another question from Megan Gerhardt is, she's wondering what the minimum number of aliquots is to produce usable samples. So I guess for our panelists, did you have problems with that? Were you, unable to utilize some of the aliquots and had to request additional aliquots in order to make your study work?
Yeah, that's a good question. In my case, we were looking at very small volumes of urine. I mentioned that we used, a couple hundred microliters. So we requested 500 microliters and we used all of it for various analyses. But yeah, we tried to plan in advance, in terms of exactly how much we thought we needed, and then try to go with exactly that minimal amount to maximize our chances of being able to actually be approved to use the samples.
Yes, that is a very good point. And it is one that I also urge folks when they're trying to request to consider, because we understand that the technology is changing. So, we definitely think that, especially when a particular collection is requested frequently, we'd like to kind of preserve it. And that's similar to as part of our Excel-1 process, is we have external advisors and experts through our study section advise us on the fact that, is this going to be depleting? So if you can come in and request an amount that's non-depleting, we've set the bar lower, because we do want the samples used. And, so we try to balance that. So absolutely, that's a great thing to underscore. Make sure that your request comes in at the minimum rather than the maximum, because then it'll definitely be easier to approve. And then maybe another question I had now is, what is next for you guys? I mean, does anyone would like to talk about what are the next steps then in the project? You've seen this interesting result. How do you continue to make progress on the science that you're doing? And is this something like, you've talked about validating with other repositories, is one thing that many of you touched on, but anything else that would be of interest to the group?
So for my project, we're now embarking upon a prospective validation study where we actually enroll and consent the patients and collect samples at the time of diagnosis. And that's really the gold standard to look at, how the test will work. But it's a lot of work, and I'm so glad that we could do it the other way first.
And Dr. Voss, how does the community of participants take that? Is it prospective? It's a trial. Is it a trial, or is it just a prospective study? And are you finding it possible to recruit that?
It's a prospective study, and in my experience with diagnostic test studies, the patients really resonate to it because they're either going through or have gone through this process of diagnosis that I showed you that takes many steps and requires extra appointments. And so when we explain that we're trying to find something that would really simplify that for future patients, we've had great response.
Cool. And I would think too, in terms of just bringing it back to sort of my pet project, which is TrialNet, is understanding efficacy of the therapeutic interventions that we're testing. So we really want to do precision medicine. We need to know what works and who does it work for. And so these kinds of studies are critical for that. So so that people can take the right drug for where they are in their stage. So it's nice to be able to communicate that. So Rebecca Rodriguez, I think you have a question. I'm not sure I understand about sharing plans to deposit back into the repository. Does that, and I think she means the analysis in your data. So we want to keep this like snowballing. So hopefully you're already doing this or have plans to deposit your data and your analyses back to the repository so that others can take advantage.
Hey, so we're just about at time, but it sounds like that has worked out well.
Yeah, thanks to all. This was really great. I
Yes,
appreciate it.
I want to say thank you to you and to Doctors Lipas, Checo, Voss, and Chen. Again, we really appreciate you sharing your research projects with us and encouraging others to actually look to the repository held resources to do their research. So thank you. And with that, I think we're right on time to move to our next session. So the next session and the last one for today is a panel discussion titled Evolution of the Traditional Repositories, NIDDK Central Repositories, and Others. And I'd like to introduce our moderator for this session, Dr. Michael Keller. Dr. Keller is a principal at Booz Allen Hamilton with over 20 years of experience conceptualizing and implementing large-scale data sharing and analytics platforms. He oversees a portfolio of work across the NIH and VA, bringing together multidisciplinary teams of researchers, technologists, and data scientists to develop and deploy innovative data sharing and analytics solutions. He serves as the program director for the Booz Allen team supporting the NIDDK Central Repository. Prior to working at Booz Allen Hamilton, Dr. Keller conducted postdoctoral research at the United States Army Medical Research Institute for Infectious Disease at Fort Detrick, Maryland. He completed his BS in molecular biology at Lehigh University and his PhD in microbiology and immunology with an emphasis in molecular virology at Wake Forest University School of Medicine. And with that, Mike, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Sharon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really honored to be moderating the last panel of the day. And we really have an exciting set of talks put together. I wanted to quickly introduce the panelists, and then I'm going to set the stage for each of their talks. First today, we have Dr. Veerasamy Ravichandran. He's a program director in the Division of Digestive Diseases and Nutrition Division at NIDDK. We also have Dr. Zhujing Wang. She is a program director at the Division of Diabetes, Endocrinology, and Metabolic Diseases at NIDDK. Dr. Eric Brunskill is a program director for kidney and urology programs in the areas of developmental biology, regeneration, and aging at NIDDK. We next have Dr. Regina Bioris, is a senior scientific advisor in the Division of Cardiovascular Sciences at the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute. And finally, Dr. Dawei Lin serves as the Associate Director for Bioinformatics and acts as the Senior Advisor to the Director of the Division of Allergy, Immunology, and Transplantation at NIAID. So as I mentioned, I did want to just quickly go through a couple slides to set the stage. If you could go to the next slide, please. So since we're all here today celebrating the 20th anniversary of NIDDK's Central Repository, I first thought, I'd have a little bit of fun, and I started thinking about, what technologies was I using back in the dark ages of 2003 compared to where we are today. And this just shows, a number of different pictures of where technology has evolved since then. For those, Blu-ray DVDs were released in 2003. MySpace hit the main stage for social media. Of course, iPods, iPhones, gaming systems have come about since then. We've hit 3D printers around 2015 or so to today, where we're talking about ChatGPT, we're talking about flying vehicles, virtual reality, augmented reality. It's quite amazing to see all the changes in the past 20 years. And if you go to the next slide, please, you also see that similar evolution for data repositories at NIH. Now, this does not list every data repository that exists across NIH, but it does give you an idea of that evolution where, we're starting with around 2000 to 2003, of course, the NIDDK Central Repository. PubMed Central was really becoming large around 2000. And what you'll also see, and I'm not going to read through all the text here, but you start seeing the evolution of different policies, particularly around genomic data sharing. In January of 2023, the new data sharing and management policy was released, and you start seeing the evolution towards some of a more generalist repository ecosystem or GREs, and that's what you see right now at the end of the timeline that we've shown here is the extramural Nexus resource. And the takeaway here is that these central repositories and repositories that are available across NIH are not only technology projects, but they're also really driven by the needs of the research community and by the needs of that are being represented by the program officers across NIH. So those policies and scientific research needs are what's driving the technology. And as the technology is evolving, we're then able to ask new and exciting questions about using the data that's available, using the biospecimens that are available for reuse. So as we go through the panel today, you will hear the panelists' experiences from the program side, as well as from leading these type of data repositories. So with that, I will turn it over to Ravi to start us off.
Sure. Thank you, Mike. Hi, everybody. As Mike pointed out, even with the recent strides in technology, we continue to struggle with the significant challenge in achieving data interoperability. That's primarily due to the lack of data standards. So fortunately, there is a promising newcomer in the field that we hope will address this problem. Artificial intelligence brings with it a significant technological advancement that hold the potential to address the issue we face in the area of repository. So there are two eras or time period in scientific research, right? So before artificial intelligence or after artificial intelligence. Next slides, please, Mike. So large language models, also known as LLMs, are revolutionizing the standardization of scientific data. For example, in data format standardization, LLMs can assist by parsing and converting data. Also, they can automatically extract valuable metadata. LLMs can make a significant contribution in data annotation, for example, through semantic annotation and entity recognition. Ensuring data quality is important, right? So LLMs come to the rescue here by helping error detection and data cleaning. For data description and documentations, LLMs can automate the generation of comprehensive documentation, and they facilitate linked data. Next slide, please, Mike. So in data search and discovery, LLMs empower users with the ability to perform natural language queries, and recommendation system driven by LLMs suggest related data. For data governance and compliance, LLMs can play a crucial role in safeguarding sensitive data and assist in version control. LLMs enable the development of chatbots and virtual assistants that facilitate seamless communications. Also, they can assist in data translation, bridging language barriers and making data accessible to global audience. For continuous improvements, LLMs create feedback loops. Next slide, please, Mike. So there are numerous advantages associated with using LLMs for standardizing scientific data that includes enhanced efficiency, standardized format, improved quality, increased consistency, enhanced common data elements, standardized metadata, standardized ontology and vocabularies, and of course, knowledge-driven recommendations. Next slide, please. So once we have established the uniform data standards within each repository, it becomes straightforward to establish connections with the relevant databases to extract insights from this data. For example, when examining the gut-brain axis you see here, this approach not only facilitates the linkage between gut and brain data, but also enables the incorporation of valuable information from other relevant databases. So therefore, the three key emphasis for these repositories lies in the importance of adhering to number 1, data standards, number 2, data standards, and I hear you, number 3, more data standards. With that, I thank you and back to you, Mike.
Great, thank you. Next, Dr. Wang.
Thank you, Mike. Very nice presentation from Ravi, which actually lead nicely to what I am going to talk about. Next, please. Rebecca basically asked us to touch on three aspects: our role as data steward, what do we see as the challenges, and the new technology and opportunities. So my first slide is about my role as a data steward. I manage projects utilizing data science and the related computational approaches. I serve currently as the chair of my division data science working group, lead a couple of data science programs such as DKNet and the Pancreas Knowledge Base. I serve on various DK Jensen NIH data science working groups as a DK rep, and I also serve on 2 data science focused common fund programs. The first is Bridge to AI, where I serve several roles. The second is Nutrition for Precision Health, where I'm a project scientist for its AI center. Next, please. What do I see as the challenges our repositories are facing? There are many challenges, and today I will focus only on interoperability, which Ravi touched quite a lot and nicely set up the stage. So, you know, no single repository can host all data collections. Next, please. For most of them, currently they can achieve reasonable findability, accessibility in terms of the FAIR data principles. However, interoperability is lagging behind and impact reusability. Next, please. Next. So here I listed 2 types of examples our DK community are facing. For common data types, we have already funded a number of fairly large repositories. And for non-common data types, such as DK-specific data types, like calorimetry data, we funded the programs where they have established their own repositories. However, the interoperability, the crosstalk among these resources are poor. Next, please. So hearing the community about this challenge, next, please. We have begun to tackle this challenge together with our community. Recently, we released a supplement opportunity to support collaborations to improve interoperability, and the awards were made last month. We do hope they will inform us of next steps to better support our community. Next, please. So my last slide is about opportunities and technologies. Here I list some areas I think the new technology is going to create a tremendous amount of opportunities. And my personal favorite are the opportunities in integration of knowledge in the data and the platforms that link data, tools, and knowledge. And on the program side, we have begun designing programs to support our community to embrace the new technologies and opportunities. And a good example is shown on the right. It's the Pancreas Knowledge Base program to start this December. And notice it has 5 components, one of them being technology. And my last comment is about the new challenges brought about by new technologies. And that has to do with the balance between open science and privacy protection. Next, please. Here, and click again, please. Here is a recent article showing that using new technologies like machine learning, we can now re-identify individuals from continuous glucose monitoring data. And this report is not unique. There are many reports showing that for the many data types, that currently we can legally and ethically share openly. Actually, new technologies are allowing people to re-identify individuals. So with that in mind, while we embrace the new opportunities, the new technologies, we must not forget to also keep on improving, updating our ethics standards and best practice to do no harm. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wang. Next up, we have Dr. Brunskill.
Thanks, Mike. If I can have the first slide. Good afternoon, everyone. As Mike said, I'm Eric Brunskill. I'm a program officer at the NIDDK. And although I don't have a direct role as a data steward, but along with my numerous colleagues, I engage with several data repositories and provide guidance to them. And so today, I'd really like to take a few moments to share with you some of the other resources and data repositories that are available to researchers through various NIDDK initiatives. And these include the Kidney Precision Medicine Project, or KPMP, the Genitourinary Development Molecular Anatomy Project, or what is known as GoodMap, and finally, the Rebuilding the Kidney, or RBK project. And so what I'd really like to do is really focus on the Kidney Precision Medicine Project. And KPMP is this transformative study that has the primary goal to ethically obtain and evaluate human kidney biopsies from individuals with acute kidney injury or chronic kidney disease. The project really aims to create a comprehensive kidney tissue atlas, define disease subgroups, and identify critical cellular pathways, and hopefully discover novel therapeutic targets. And for each participant, kidney tissue is collected for molecular phenotyping and clinical diagnosis. All of the data collected by KPMP researchers, the molecular, pathological, imaging, clinical data, and laboratory information are meticulously documented, are accessible to the community through the KPM Atlas using the link that I have provided here at the bottom. In addition to KPMP, there's the long-running GoodMap project that provides the research community with numerous data types ranging from in situs to single-cell RNA-seq experiments that can be used by researchers to gain insight into the development of the genitourinary system. And I've listed the website where you can obtain that data as well here. And finally, one last repository is the Rebuilding the Kidney project that refers to a research initiative focused on regenerative medicine and tissue engineering. The data and protocols generated by RBK researchers are accessible to the community at the link here, also shown at the bottom. And if I can have the next slide. As was mentioned, we are also asked to address data challenges that exist for the NIDDK NIH data community. And so although I have listed many challenges here, really to focus on one of them here, and that's data quality and metadata standardization. Using KPMP as an illustrative case, the KPMP researchers have really achieved an exceptional data quality by establishing benchmarks for quality control, rigor, and reproducibility. By prioritizing quality assurance, quality control, and validation, the KPMP data sets a high standard for the research community and really serves as a benchmark for NIH projects to follow. Next slide. In terms of opportunities that are facing the NIH and NIDDK, there are many different areas which repositories can focus and improve on. And once again, looking and using KPMP as a case point, a straightforward but yet effective approach for repositories to greatly benefit the research community is really through implementation of standardized data formats, metadata schemas, and biomedical ontologies. And this practice fosters data consistency, interoperability, which Zhujing just mentioned, that allows for the seamless data exchange among various NIH projects. And so really, I encourage you to explore the KPMP Atlas and other associated NIDDK resources, as your involvement can play really a pivotal role in shaping the future of kidney disease research. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Brunskill. Next up, we have Dr. Bjoris.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My Zoom crashed, so I just wanted to be sure. Thank you, Mike. So I'm from NHLBI, so I'm the transition to non-NIDDK folks. And at NHLBI, I'm the Scientific Program Director for Biodata Catalyst. As an NIH data steward, I'm working to lead the evolution of NHLBI's Biodata Catalyst ecosystem by increasing data availability and accessibility, ensuring data governance and security, and developing a culture of data sharing and reuse for heart, lung, blood, and sleep data. Next slide. NHLBI Biodata Catalyst is a cloud-based ecosystem that offers researchers data, analytic tools, applications, and workflows in secure workspaces. It's a community where researchers can find, access, share, store, and analyze heart, lung, blood, and sleep data. And it's an NHLBI data repository where researchers share their scientific data from NHLBI-funded research so that they and others can reproduce findings and reuse data to advance science. By increasing access to NHLBI data and innovative analytic capabilities, Biodata Catalyst accelerates reproducible biomedical research to drive scientific advances that can help prevent, diagnose, and treat heart, lung, blood, and sleep diseases, disorders, and conditions. Today, clinical and research data are abundantly available, and coupled with the availability of cloud storage and analysis, Biodata Catalyst provides infrastructure that allows researchers to bring their own tools and workflows to the data, as well as use published tools and workflows within the ecosystem with reduced time and cost than in the past. BDC is purposely user-centric because we're seeking to allow researchers to focus their work on driving towards scientific advancement to improve the health and well-being of all. Next slide. So for the overview of BDC to touching on the challenges and opportunities, and these are consistent with and build on those of my colleagues who spoke earlier. I focused on 3 challenges and 3 opportunities that I see as important in a lot of the work I'm doing right now. So for challenges, the issues of data privacy and security, particularly protecting privacy while maximizing data reuse. Initially, when a lot of NIH repositories started sharing data, the data would be de-identified and then downloaded. But now that we've moved to a cloud, we have the opportunity to use cloud-based ecosystems and analysis platforms. We have other options for protecting privacy and ensuring privacy of the data since it's not being downloaded. Another challenge that was also mentioned by some of my colleagues is the data heterogeneity. We have all different types of data, and typically it just doesn't make sense to house, genomics, EHR, imaging, single cell, model organism data all in the same repository. So we end up with a proliferation of repositories. But part of that challenge too, though, is can you build resources where like data are housed together? So you may not want to have human and animal data together, but if you're studying similar scientific questions and the data can be used to address them both, you may want to link them in some way. So even if they're not in the same repository, that need for interoperability and comparability across resources. And then finally, data governance and interoperability, particularly access controls and data exchange. We've built a lot of data silos, and it would really help our scientific advancement if we were able to increase interoperability across platforms. And finally, opportunities. Nope, I squished it all on one slide. As I mentioned earlier, secure cloud-based analytic platforms offer opportunities for ensuring patient privacy, the respondent privacy, bringing, conducting larger analyses than might have otherwise been possible on, university systems, open data standards and APIs to make it easier to work across platforms. And then finally, sort of bringing us back to the original talk, large language models, not just for standards, but also for search and harmonization of steady and variable level data. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And our last panelist for today, Dr. Lin.
Mike, it looks like he may not be with us right now, so.
Okay, then why don't we go to, we can start some questions. I do see we do have a question in the chat. And why don't I open that up for discussion by the panel? So the question is, similar to Biodata Catalyst hosted TopMed whole genome sequence and multiomic data, will any NIDDK data be directly hosted by Biodata Catalyst and accessible to investigators with the ecosystem after receiving permissions through dbGaP or other governing data body? So it does sound like, I don't know if Rebecca or Sharon maybe, is that going back to you, or who would like to answer that question from the panel? Will any NIDDK data be directly hosted by Biodata Catalyst?
So
Mike, if
as
I
the
can,
Biodata Catalyst, okay, go ahead.
I was just going to quickly comment that from what I heard, there is interest of collaboration from some of our DK-supported repositories to work with TopMed to get data up there. But
okay,
I'm not directly overseeing it, but I think we are open. Yeah. Sorry.
And thank you, Regina or Eric, or any other comments from your perspective?
Certainly. So I think from the BDC perspective, we do have a bring your own data option. So NIDDK, someone could bring their data and upload it and analyze it alongside with any TopMed or other data that they also have access to. We're also working with NCPI and other organizations to improve standards for interoperability, to do things like refining Freeport options, so that you could work on NIDDK platforms and access Biodata Catalyst data at the same time. So we're hoping that within the next several years, NIH will have opportunities to work across institute repositories. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I will ask, and maybe Regina, this is directed at you more so, but what there have been many legacy challenges that we're familiar with in standing up these repositories, that we seem, we do see them overcome with new challenges to face us as we as we deploy new technology. So can you comment a little bit on how technology can be used to address some of the challenges that we're facing today and going forward?
The great thing about technology is that it keeps improving, right? So I think you started with the sort of the evolution of data resources. BDC started as, from ODSS as data stage, and it evolved into NHLBI's main data ecosystem. So, the things that we're looking for technology going forward are, the not just the standards, but the technology and the architecture to help us, increase that interoperability and the lack and the development of, there's a lack of common APIs at the very low level that let us interact across platforms. So those are some of the small things that we're looking for development to take us to the next level.
Great, thank you. And I guess, you know, Ravi, from your talk at the beginning, what do you see some of the technologies going forward that will potentially be like the next big game changer in terms of how we share data, how we access data, how we know the quality of the data? What are some of the things you see looking forward into the future? And the panelists talked me down. I was going to ask over the next 20 years. We'll just say the next 5 years, because of how rapidly technology changes.
Yeah, like you said rightly, Mike. I mean, like, you know, there are two eras, like I said, right? Before artificial intelligence, after artificial intelligence. So I think AI is going to be taking a big lead on this. You know, not only making standard. I mean, again, you know, now there is like somebody saying, you know, now that we have AI, why do we need the data standards, right? So AI can go extract. They think that AI can do everything. So they're having some false, I mean, that we need to make it very clear. We need to have the standards, interoperability, in order to have some, all this, you know, mixing uniformity. So that's very important to understand the basic of that. So once we have the uniformity, standards, interoperability, and then AI can do everything, you know, bringing the AI is a tool, analytical tool. So can analyze the data as long as we provide appropriate interoperability. So to answer to your question, Mike, I mean, AI, like Regina also put very, you know, nicely on the last bullet, you know, LLM, looking at all the things, what is been, you know, taking care of, I mean, usability of all the LLMs. I see a lot of, in a year from now, when we will be, if you are sitting here from here till now, you know, there's going to be a lot of difference. It's just going to be exponentially improving. LLM, I mean, this is amazing, right? So like it took 5 years for me to master all the programming. Now you just go to the ChatGPT, ask any program, you get to a program, you know, you don't need to know learning the programming, and you tell what you want to do and how do you want to do, you get all the programs. So, you know, this kind of improvement we are talking about. So that's what I'm talking. So in a year from now, if we sit together here, we'll be talking something different. So, you know, maybe our grandkids will ask, you know, oh, did you guys have a problem making interoperability? Really? You know, that's the kind of era we are looking. So I'll let my members to talk.
Sure. Any other comments from the panel?
I think that Ravi hit, you know, the nail on the head with, you know, AI, machine learning, interoperability. You know, those are I think the things that will drive data sharing and open science going forward. And I think that's going to be a push in the next 5 years. You know, technology, you know, you had mentioned the iPod. You know, I'm from the Walkman generation. I can't imagine what will be happening in the next 5 years.
Exactly. I do see we have a couple comments, questions in the chat. I will get to those in a second, but Ravi, you did bring up ChatGPT, and that leads me to more of a, I guess, programmatic question of, you know, what are some of the either right in front of us, policy, legal, or ethical considerations we need to address, or that we're going to have to address in the very near future? What are some of those challenges, and how do you, and again, I'll open it up to the entire panel, but what are some of those challenges, and how are you thinking about addressing them, or how?
Yeah, Mike, you know, the main issue is the data privacy, right? So our I mean, as soon as it's been submitted to NIH, you know, we have to take care, it's a private data. So it's our I mean, it's not like it's not shareable and everything. That's actually a problem for us. I mean, I shouldn't say it's a problem. I mean, we have to take care of the data very carefully. So we cannot just use to analyze anything in the open GDP, open, you know, any open AI, you know, bot or anything, put it there. Again, if nobody's going to be technically, you know, if I use this whole application to extract some information, I mean, you are not going to be able to, you know, get all the information. I mean, the problem is the chunks it creates, right? Each one of the extraction, it creates like, you know, like a billions of parameters, stores everywhere, wherever this, you know, if it is like Google, wherever it is. there may be a possibility if you use some other combination, it will bring the information to you. It will give the information to you also. Not, I mean, when I use that in the same open source, you can also access the same kind of partial information. And if you have all the knowledge, you can extract the lot of information, whatever I am accessing from the open source. So that is why we want to be very careful not to use any open, open AI for our privacy security data. Of course, we can use like, any kind of mock information to see the capability of the LLM. We can check the capability, how capacity of this LLM using the mock data. And then we know, okay, yeah, it can do that. Then why not we use this, LLM? In order for that to use that, Mike, that's why we are moving forward in making our private own LLM within our NIH secured firewall. In that case, if we buy that again, it's like kind of Oracle, we impact database, on the Oracle data, that kind of stuff. So if we have this, that's why the CIT is kind of, organizing now to have the private LLM. So anybody can, if Eric wants to do his own any analysis, he can use it, and every other ICs can also get some space to make analysis. To answer your question, Mike, we cannot use any private information onto this open AI, but we are moving towards making our own private LLM within NIH, so we can make use of this existing capability of the AI.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you. Other comments on the policy, legal, or ethical challenges that have been faced or going to be faced in the very near future?
I would perhaps, think that, the ethical considerations, related to, data integration and such. I think we still need to address equity and fairness, those consistently, and perhaps one of the ways is make sure we have ethical impact assessment, and perhaps really engage the stakeholders and community who are affected by these technologies, and tell them of the practices and understand the black box that's behind all of these models. I think engaging the community can help tremendously.
I would agree with that. I think as we move into this era of, artificial intelligence and large language models for understanding data, we're also going to want to complement that with community outreach and, working with the communities directly to enhance the understanding of the relationships. I think the one thing that hasn't been mentioned, definitely underscoring the need for, a private training environment, within NIH or a specific IC, not using the public platforms, but also understanding, the data demands of training a model and having the data accessible to train a model to do what you want to do, what you're looking to address, and the ethics that may be reflected in if that data is not representative or it skews in some way or another. We need to be prepared to acknowledge those risks and those potentials for bias.
Right. I also want to echo what my colleagues have already said. I also think stakeholder engagement, community participation are very important. I also want to comment that I'm somewhat optimistic that the new technologies perhaps can also be utilized to monitor some of these problems, to detect the biases, to monitor disparities, to come up with new technologies to better protect privacy, etc. So, yeah, I'll stop here.
No, great, thank you. Any other? I see that the questions have been answered in the chat. I guess a question for the entire panel, and we could go around again in the 5-year timeline. what do you envision a traditional, quote unquote, a traditional repository and the, you know, any of the operations that need to wrap around the repository, whether it's data curation, whether it's fulfilling requests, whether it's curating data. What do you think a traditional repository program will look like 5 years from now versus today?
Whom do you want to start with?
I don't. I guess Ravi, you asked the question, so I'll.
Yeah. So
I'll
yeah,
start with
yeah.
you.
I can jump in first. What I envision is that actually any data repository should be interoperable. Like that's why I'm just putting in the last slide. Any information like within NIH or whether it's a trans NIH repositories, trans agency repositories, anywhere. Any environmental data, if it is gut microbiome data, if it is like brain data, that's how I can connect this all together. It's easy to say that, right? So that's why we need to improve this individual repositories so that all of them are CD enabled, ontology enabled, vocabularies enabled, all standardized. So how do we do this? This is what I showed in the last slide. The LLM can come in here, chime in here. You can make this LLM to automatically annotate the existing repositories to make sure if any of the data are not standardized. Let's say, for example, if there's some CD is not appropriately mentioned, it can go to this NLM's data CD repository, brings its appropriate CDE for that data element. And that kind of thing you can do automatically using LLM very quickly. And also you can do the ontologies and vocabularies. As you know, nowadays, like a big initiative is going on. They are trying to convert the unstructured biological information to the structured information using LLM. For example, Spirus, it's doing all the things. So they are connecting the gene ontology or all the existing ontology related uniformity projects. So why can't we take advantage of this, all funded by NIH? They're already producing these things, connect this information, make use of it, standardize, and make our individual repositories interoperable. So let's individual repositories interoperable. You can link anything anywhere. For example, you ask any question. What is this environmental causing to the brain? You can connect through the gut, and then all the diabetes or the nutrition, whatever it is. Very simple. You have to be. That's what we are envisioning to a year from now. Maybe in 5 years, I think it's going to be happening. Because of the LLM, we can standardize individual repositories, make it and standardize. And that's it. Once we have the interoperable repositories, rest the LLM, the AI can make any wonders.
Great. Thank you. Who would like to go next? Any of it?
Sure, I'll go next. One of the things, Mike, that we've been thinking about is kind of transitioning from, and it's not it's but going from a data repository to more towards a knowledge base, and I think Regina and the BDC kind of covers that, where you begin to assemble data from various sources and integrate those data for the community, because those by themselves can be large processes. When you have high dimensional data and big data, a lot of investigators might not have the computational power to assemble these databases and data together. And by doing this, you can perhaps make it more digestible and then provide that data that's been analyzed to the community for them to future look at and kick the tires with a little bit more. So we're thinking more about a transition of data repository and knowledge base, where we begin to integrating the data and allowing users, especially those that don't have the computational abilities, to really address and come up with hypotheses.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Regina or Zhujing?
If I may follow up what Eric just said and push it one step further, be a little bit even bolder. I like to see in 5 years repository is part of a larger sort of data ecosystem, multifaceted. In the environment, we not only have collections of data sets, but we also have collections of tools. We also have knowledge being curated, such as using large language models that Ravi has been talking about, and turned into actionable terms. And the knowledge can be used to guide data modeling or to be integrated with data modeling. I mean, we have already seen quite a lot of that from like knowledge graphs, but with LLM, I see there are more opportunities, and really the power lies in the link of data, tools, and the knowledge. Yeah, I hope we will see that happening soon.
Yeah,
right.
Thank you. And Regina?
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. I was, as Eric was talking, I was thinking, really what we're looking for in 5 years is to have established data ecosystems where you have the repository and the knowledge base. And, you know, if we think about in 5 years, we'll be coming towards the end of the cycle of the awards that are currently being funded under the new NIH data management and sharing policy. So we're going to see like an exponential, maybe not exponential, but we're going to see significant increase in demand for data repositories, data resources, and tools like you mentioned. So they'll see the growth of not just the repositories, but, you know, sort of data science at NIH will grow in a complementary fashion, and that will be part of the ecosystem as well.
Great. Thank you all. And I think, you know, through everyone's answers to that question and the others, you know, I think an area that's been mentioned in a couple different ways, but knowledge graphs, ontologies, linkage, relationship, to go from that data to knowledge, it's really those connection points, and having those connection points being explicitly very well described. Because if you don't have those connections, that, you know, the provenance of the data, if you will, right? You don't know what has happened to connect all of those things together as well. So I think, you know, those connections, and then, as you said, to the tools, to other training data sets, or you know, digital twins to protect controlled access data, to the APIs that can also enable, you know, really having that toolkit bundled together. That should, you know, it's almost like a software development, you know, an SDK that you hit a button, and if you have all the right endpoints on your repository, you should then be able to connect into another. That it, you know, it's not as it does not take an act of Congress to have interoperability between two or more repositories. Great, thank you. I do see we are at 2:38, so we are running a little bit ahead of time. Are there, you know, any other? I don't see any questions in the chat, but wanted to see if any of the panelists had questions to pose to the group, or other topics to raise while we do have the time before handing it back over to Sharon. Not seeing any questions in the chat. It looks like all the other ones have been answered by Rebecca in the chat, I think. Yeah. Any if not, Sharon, I would say we're running a bit ahead of time, and I can turn it back over to you. Again, thank you to the panelists. Thank you for presenting and participating in the Q&A today. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Yes,
Mike.
thank you, Mike, and to the panel members for a good session, a good discussion. So now actually we're ahead of schedule, and it's time to actually recap and a few closing remarks for the day. So I'm going to turn it over to Rebecca to share a couple highlights from today's agenda, and maybe a few highlights for tomorrow as well. Rebecca?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you all. Next slide. If I could have the next slide, please. Thank you all for your attention and for staying with us all day. Today, we learned about the foundation of the Central Repository, our modernization efforts, and our commitment to driving innovation and enhancing utilization and utility of the NIDDK-funded resources. We also heard from Dr. Brennan and the initiatives at NLM, including the digital NIH framework and data, common data elements to build quality into data acquisition, and some efforts in making fair data findable. And by these, meaning facilitate discovery, acquisition, preservation from an end-to-end lifecycle approach. Also, our first workshop today demoed new and upcoming features on our website and also provided a quick walkthrough from various types of request processes. Also this afternoon, we heard from few of our requesters who have gained access through different access paths, and also about their scientific advances that have been facilitated by the resources from our repository. Finally, just now, you heard from an expert panel that discussed various of the challenges and the opportunities faced by NIH traditional repositories, especially when bringing different studies that have heterogeneous resources to bring them together, and the opportunities that come with new technologies to benefit the entire scientific community. Next slide. Tomorrow we will have an equally packed day, and I invite all of you to please join us again. We will start with the morning, the prioritization of NIH-generated resources and meeting the intent of the sharing policy. We will have a keynote and plenary session that will showcase the breakthroughs and innovation from an informative perspective. We will also demo on our second workshop, the analytics workspace, which will be a pilot demo. And we will also launch our first in a series of a data challenge events. Also, we will have in the afternoon aligning session talks from our data requesters. And we will end the day with another panel session supporting the NIDDK-funded research and expanding the NIDDK data ecosystem to cap the afternoon. Again, I invite you all to attend tomorrow, and thank you again for listening.